Okay. Good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. Welcome. Your host and pilot, Uncle B. Welcome back. yeah, had a couple days away from streaming. Well, I flew, but not streaming, I should say. A couple days away from streaming. Guess I would. Not everybody understood that I wasn't going to be streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. A couple people decided to unfollow. Hey, that's okay. It's your choice, your prerogative. Today, we have a long flight ahead of us 9 hours and 35 minutes, according to this. So I'm going to guess it's probably going to be closer to 10, depending on how things go. This is technically the shortest route to get us to Tokyo from San Francisco. Uh, but yeah, we got a lot to do to get there. A lot of flying. We will be going just south of. There is there's Alaska right there. So these are the islands that come off Alaska there. I thought we would have been a little bit closer to Alaska to get that a little bit farther north and curve down, but apparently not. This is the fastest way to get there. So we're going to start up at gate G3, gate G6, right there, and we're going to taxi around to 01 right and depart. We're going to head out over the Bay Area there, um, and climb, and then eventually head out over the Pacific Ocean and start our journey westward. And then we're going to come in this way into Tokyo. Kind of a weird zigzag into Tokyo, but that's okay. We're gonna manage our descent and then line up for arrival on 16 left using the ILS approach. This is, I think, the longest of the runways that they have available. So, and then I'm picking everything based on the current weather. We're going to stick with it the entire way. We're not going to try to change anything during the flight or whatever. We're just gonna get on with it. So so yeah, that's what we've got planned for today. Lots of flying to do, and we're gonna lurk over in Scruffy's stream once he gets going here in an hour or so. So do join if you. I would ask that you join over there. What is that? What's going on right there? That's supposed to be like a thunder strike or something. Some thunder and lightning. Something. Not a thunder strike. A lightning strike. So yeah, we got a lot to go through today, and we'll lurk over in Scruffy's stream once he gets going. Morning, Joseph. So, also, what I'm going to do is once we're spawned in at the gate to get ready for our startup and pushback, we're going to adjust the time. Um, what I found, so when I was doing research for this route, now technically, well, not technically, the reality is nobody's flying a 747 nonstop from San Francisco to Tokyo. They used to a long time ago. Matter of fact, almost 9 years ago. That's just how short of a time it's been since it, and that was a 747-400 that did that flight. I found I was trying to figure out which gates, uh, would have where it would have departed from, and so the gate numbers have changed. The gate that were picked was old gate number 96. So now they have made letters for each terminal so you know which terminal you're going to. Because if you say gate number 96, I don't know what that is. So Gate 96 is now as close as possible as G6. Um, so yeah, this person wrote about their experience leaving from San Francisco and on a 747 flight to Tokyo, Haneda. So luckily, I had some information to work with. But yeah, there's no. Everything is via the Dreamliners are now the either the Dreamliners or the 777s are now the preferred aircraft for this route. So some go to uh, some go from Los Angeles to Tokyo. Speaking of scruff, there he is. I got a scruff sighting here. And then go from Los Angeles to Honolulu, Honolulu to Tokyo. But we're not going to do that. We're going to do it all in one shot like they used to. Uh, JAL does do a nonstop flight in the Dreamliner departing from San Francisco. But yeah, there's not many companies use the 747 anymore, unfortunately. So, but we're gonna do it in this classic United Airlines livery. Um, I was hoping to find a decent Pan Am. There is one, but I'm not gonna buy it. Um, so yeah, that's what we're gonna work with the United Airlines livery today. So what else is there? I think we'll get started here in a few more minutes. We'll spawn in and we'll start the aircraft up. What we're going to do is we're going to get engines 3 and 4 started. Then we'll do our pushback. Get engines 1 and 2 started. Taxi over to 01 right. And get in the air. The route is in the system. This is so if you're looking in the chat, what I've got is so our departure. This is our departure route, including the runway, which is 01 right. We're going to RJTT Tokyo. This is our arrival portion of our flight, and then this is our approach. So all that information is there. If you pick a different route or it doesn't give you the same one as me, it is what it is. I can't control that. So if anybody's flying along, I don't know that anybody's going to want to fly 10 hours with me today or whatever. It's fine. I don't expect everybody to be here for the entire ordeal, I guess you could say. You'll come and go as you please. It's fine. I do ask if you are going to go spend some time with Scruff, please, today when he starts here in about an hour. Greatly appreciate it. Go give him some love. Go say hi to him. Even if you're not flying, just go in there and say hi to him. He loves having people come in and say hello. So there you go. Let's see what else is there. So yeah, that's what we got going on today. I think I'm gonna take a quick. Make sure and server. There we go. We are on the Southeast Asia. I did verify that. Bingo. And so yeah, let me take one more step away for just a moment, and we will get started when I come back. Alrighty, folks. Oop. That's not what I wanted to do. See, of course, that's what happens. All right. Let's go ahead and populate in and get things going here. We got a lot of flying to do today. Now, I'm going to apologize in advance if we have a crash to dashboard. I'm hoping we make it all the way to Tokyo, no issues, but if it crashes, it crashes. There's no save point, nothing like that. So, let's get in here. So yeah, there's not much I can do about that. I cannot save it. So if it crashes, it crashes. It is what it is. Let's see. We want to go to about 13. Oops. Go to 13:30 in the afternoon. There we go. Perfect. All right, let's get this thing started up here. So what I've done is I turned off our co-pilot. They won't talk on the radio. So that gives me the ability to kind of set things up here. Let's see, let's go to there, take off. Flaps. .186 is our reference, okay. 100's close enough. Before I forget. So I'm gonna let me get the plane started up, and then I'll we'll there's 4. What I'm going to do is pause it here. I'll try to keep looking over at the that done. Now I feel confident we can go ahead and turn on our is our... Alright, so we got that stuff started. What we're going to do here in a moment... There we go. Alright. Let's see. Push back. Ooh, wait a minute, my fuel didn't save. I just realized that. That's interesting. Alright, there we are. We want to swing that to the left. Just a little bit easier. The rest of our engine started here. Go. Perfect. We'll take that. Alright, folks, here we go. Oh, gee. Alright, there's all of our stuff is done. Alright, there we go. Our starters are off. Okay. Let's go for a drive around San Francisco, shall we? While we're doing that, let's get a tuner set. Perfect. Beep beep. Sorry, it's not a sunny day here in San Francisco. I muted myself. Sorry, did not mean to drink my coffee in your ear. You know, I wish somebody would do a older version of San Francisco, like, you know, late 60s SFO, how differently it would look on the same plot of land here. Oh boy, I'm speeding. Good at talking to if I was on VATSIM. Yesterday I did a flight. Well, once we get in there, I'll tell you all what's up. What's a happening. If that person's like on final, it looks like they are. Turn there anyway. Alright, almost to our runway there. Go right over there. almost there, folks. Good old crusty salute. Alright, let's get this thing lined up and get out of here. Heading for Japan any moment now, folks. Let's see if we can get this lined up just a bit better. Alright. Flight director is on. Auto throttles armed. Let's double check her. Alright, so everything's working. Find our little toga button. Let's go. We're on our way out of here, folks. Next stop, Tokyo. Away we go. Autopilot, Stel Nav, ENAV. Bay Area. There's former Naval Air Station Alameda. There's the Bay Bridges, San Francisco, Treasure Island. Maybe we'll even see Pac Bell Park here in a moment. Coming up here on the left. Should be right. There it is, right there. Continue tonight. Oh, we are still climbing. It did not stop at 9,000 feet. Oopsie daisy. Well, our altimeter's all over the place this morning. We don't want to get in trouble. We need to be at 9,000. Well, this thing is like overspeeding. What's going on here? Now you do this to me. All right, there we go. All right, now we're safe. Okay. Now let me have a little bit of my coffee. If you want to say hi in the chat now that we're on our way. Go for it. Don't be shy. Promise Joseph doesn't bite. He may nibble at you, but he won't bite. There we are. Ooh, look at that. It looks like the radar is sweeping around. Look at that. Ooh, that's new. That's new. Check that out. Sonar. Hopefully everybody's having a good Saturday so far. Yeah, looks like we're getting through the rain here. Yeah, Scruffy goes live. Look at that, we are just zipping through these clouds. Look at that, that's fantastic. I like it. Hey, Daniel, how are you? Guessing you just got back from the chip shop there, young man? We're on our way to our cruising altitude. Should be out over, well over the Pacific Ocean now. Yep, nice. Ready to scarf down on his fish and chips. Well, I've got my Got some original beef jerky for a snack. Got some uh, granola bars as well. I think I'm a bit better prepared than last time I did a long haul flight. That was just brutal. Hands up. We're just cruising along here. Lots of flying ahead of us. Lots of flying. Well, lots of cruising, I should say. Once we get up to 420, so yes, well, while we're on our climb out to our cruising altitude here up in the high upper atmosphere. So Thursday's marketplace update was wasn't nothing exciting. It was lackluster. For lack of a better term, it was lackluster. I have a bad feeling here. The plane is not like starting to level off. It's almost like it's on its way to 42,000 feet on its own without it being dialed in. It's not slowing down on the altitude. But anyway, the only thing of note, which I did get, because they are I feel, a fantastic developer. LVFR has been killing it. I tell you, LVFR is the poor man's PMDG. I said it. LVFR is the poor man's PMDG, and here's why. LVFR has been putting out different models of the A320 family. We already had the A320neo from Asobo, but now we have an A318, we have an A319, and we have an A321. All of those are within that family. They all are variations of the A320. Okay. So the A318, all these Airbuses are, in a way, direct competitors to some of Boeing's aircraft. The A318 was a competitor to some of the earlier 737s from Boeing. And it's this small little jetliner. It's like a regional jet without. It's this little compact Airbus. And it's amazing. It's not perfect yet. One of the reasons why I have faith in LVFR is when they put out products, right, that are, they know that they're kind of thing, that they miss some stuff, but they release it. They're already working on patches for their stuff, So I have faith in them that they are going to improve their product and all that, because they have been doing that so far with their the 319 and the 321. But the rest of it was just blah. And then yesterday, what do you call it? They put all the Coronado stuff on sale in the marketplace. Now, I have no doubt in my mind that folks from Microsoft slash Asobo, whoever, Coronado, know that Coronado does not have a very good reputation with simmers now. They used to have a very good reputation, apparently, but now not so much. So my feeling is like, well, if that was the case, um, why would they put the stuff on sale when they know nobody's going to be spending their money on it? You know, it was kind of like it was bad enough that the marketplace was but then they go ahead and have another laugh at everybody, especially on the Xbox. Oh, we're going to put Cardano stuff on sale too. Like, really? This is the best. This is the best we can do to start the year off in the sim. Like, wow, really? We couldn't just a little bit better, maybe just something. I don't know. I know they weren't on vacation and all that kind of stuff, and they, they do deserve their time off. They're human beings just like everybody else. They deserve to have time with their family and whatnot. Yeah, look at that. We went. It was going all the way up there for 420. Here we are, folks. Welcome to the stratosphere. We're roughly there. Here it is, cruising along at 0.82 Mach. Hey, Sergeant Staff, how are you? Nice to see you. Really enjoyed your stream yesterday. Matter of fact, let's do some shout outs real quick. If, let me make sure I'm doing this right. I'm not a shout out guru yet. I'm getting there. So, yes, if you want to see some amazing content, Sergeant Staff, along with Viper Strike, they do a very meticulous stream where they go and look. They find, like, Sergeant Staff's been doing all these shipwrecks up in the Great Lakes in North America, between North America and Canada, or the United States and Canada. So if you want to see some underwater photos and some, it's just absolutely amazing. He puts a lot of work into this, so do go give him a follow if you like history sort of stuff and you just want to see some fantastic flying. He flies in the Floatiac, I should say. Yeah, you had some stuff going on yesterday, some technical difficulties for sure, but yeah, sticks with it. If it's not working, of course, then he'll stop the stream or whatever. But he does put a week's worth of research into every stream. So do go give him a follow, please. Absolutely amazing stuff. Even if you aren't a history buff, just go for the flying, go for the slideshows and the music and all that. Just absolutely amazing stuff. Really enjoyed that one. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, and then I'll give him a shout out as soon as he goes live. Oh yes, I've watched those before. I've seen some of those where I found them. I used to go watch like live railroading live streams. Like they would have like a camera at either a train museum or an old station or something. This group they ask for permission and they'll have it for some time, and they can some of them are permanently mounted. They can't go one way or the other, but somebody can like move it left or right and zoom in and stuff like that. So yes, I did like that. I've watched some before, and they're absolutely fascinating how they maneuver those ships through the locks, and they have to know. I watched a documentary, I've seen it before, about like these ocean cruise, the cruise lines, and they have this huge ship down in Miami, and they were talking about when they go back into port in Miami, they have to bring there's a pilot, basically is what they call him, They know that area like the back of their hand, and they know they only have so much room to work with because there's a channel that's dug out just specifically for those big ships, and they have to do everything with very minute precision. If they don't, that thing is going to they're going to close the lock soon. Oh wow. Oh, so they must be getting ready for the winter then and all that. But yeah, they so yeah, something like that, but they have to know every inch of what's happening below the water, not just above, but they got to know how much room they have to maneuver and everything. Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating stuff. I really enjoy that kind of stuff. So, yeah, good stuff. And then speaking of documentaries, people of a certain age, maybe not so much in the UK, but here in America, I saw this little mini documentary kind of, uh, so there's a show called years ago called Emergency. Uh, oh yes, they are absolutely. Yeah, anybody who knows like those pilots and all that, they are the captain of the ship may know his ship backwards and forwards, but those pilots and all that are the yeah, they're the what do they call it, the subject matter experts of their area. Yeah, you'd be foolish not to listen to their advice unless that captain has a bad reputation already. you know but yeah, they or that pilot, I should say, not the captain, but yeah, they wouldn't have a job for very long if they had a bad bad rep. So so yeah, it's amazing. uh but yeah, so Emergency was a show back in the day. uh I watched this. As a matter of fact, let me find it on YouTube. I'm gonna put this link in for anybody else who wants to watch it. It's absolutely amazing stuff. There was parts of it that because I watched the show as a kid, and hold on a second. Oops, hold on, find this. This There it is, right there. Go check this out. It is absolutely amazing. Little, because they talk to real world LA fire department EMS folks. Um, yeah. So for those of you, so anyway, so Emergency, what it was, paramedic stuff was a new thing when the show came out, and they wanted to showcase these two firefighter EMS guys. So Gage and DeSoto were the two firefighter EMSs. This was all so like pre-hospital uh, care was a new thing. You know, if you look at old shows, or even like if you watch the movie Bullet with Steve McQueen, there's a scene where one of the police officers was on his team was shot, and they bring him down on a stretcher, and they put him in the back of an ambulance, and they go to the hospital. Nobody has their hands on that patient at all. He's on our way to Vespa. So nobody's like checking his blood pressure, checking his bandages, anything. They just put them in the back there, and they're on their way to the hospital. That's it. Which is a very weird thing. But so the show had a lot of realism to it. Apparently, and I didn't know this, they talk about it in that little video. A lot of the stories was from actual calls that these early paramedics went on with the fire department. So, yeah, but I didn't realize that all that was, but yeah, it's an absolutely amazing show. Once I became a medic and I watched the show again, it was like I finally understood what they were talking about, but it was also funny in a way because sometimes the way that they would say stuff, it sounded, because sounds all technical and everything, right? But then when you like they would say start an IV D5W, and I'd always say, oh man, that's some serious stuff. And then when I became a medic, everybody's like IV D5. So IV normal saline would basically dextrose with sugar water is injected into the normal saline. That's all it is. And I was like, you're kidding. I always thought it was like this. And they're like, no, it's just like normal saline with sugar dextrose injected into it. I'm like, oh. But they made, the doctor would say start an IV lactate or start ringers, which is ringers lactate or lactated ringers is just a different form of solution to give to a patient. So I was like, oh yeah, I know. So yeah, when you know what they're talking about, kind of, it does add a bit of, you're like, oh, I know exactly what they're getting ready to do, or why they're doing this. But when you're a kid, you're just like, oh man, this all sounds amazing. And, they pull out the little portable EKG machine and they hook it up and they transmit it to Rampart and all this stuff. Oh, it's amazing. It was an amazing show. And the one thing that they talked about is how many people became paramedics because of that show. It had such a huge influence that people were like, I want to do that. And so their recruitment numbers shot way up because people were applying and doing all this training. And but they said it was all in large part to that show. That if so, a lot of people who saw it said, "Hey, I want to do what they're doing. I want to do the cool stuff." So yeah, absolutely amazing show. And I can't believe it's like last year was its 50th anniversary. So it's 1972, which was round about the time that paramedic stuff was becoming a thing. Pre-hospital care and all that stuff was becoming the standard. So yeah, it was. So that was a really cool thing to see. Yeah, if you're of that age and you were like, I remember that show, go watch that little 40-minute video at some point or save it in your to watch list. It's amazing, and they have stars from the show that are still alive. They talk about their roles, and many of them include, especially Randy Mantooth, who was Johnny Cage. Johnny Gage. I don't know why I say Cage. Johnny Gage. Him and some of the other stars of the show were would go and visit fire departments and all that. They became even though they weren't real firefighters themselves or firefighter EMS, the role that they played, they worked with the firefighter EMS community even after the show went off air, and still to this day, if they go to a fire department, they are yeah so yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. So. Yeah, do check that out. If you want to learn some cultural, it's amazing. It was a very amazing. And still to this day, if I can watch it, I'll sit through a whole. If they have it like all day on, I'll watch the whole the whole all day. Fantastic show. Oh yes, I remember. Yes, isn't it Angry is hosting that? I think was it Angry or was it Splat? Who? I saw something about that. Was it Splasher 6 or Angry or? I know somebody's streaming it. I haven't flown in the Stearman in a while. I used to. It was one of my favorite little biplanes to fly. I don't think I follow Splasher 6, so I can't do the... If you could whisper me the... Ooh! Look at you, another week off, Daniel. Uh-oh. What sort of trouble are you going to get into then? Maybe you need to have a week of trouble with young Addies there at the dodgy McDonald's. Maybe you can go on Addies will take you on a mop buying spree. Yeah, I have it on in case my mods aren't in the chat, Sergeant Staff. Sometimes they're here, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're lurking, but I just have it on just in case something happens and I can react to it. I couldn't possibly comment. It'll be a fantastic time, Daniel. You'll never ever forget that experience. Hey, Planet Neutral, good morning. How are you? Nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We are in the United Airlines livery 747. We just took off about almost an hour ago out of San Francisco. We're over the Pacific Ocean heading to Tokyo. Cruising along here nicely at 42,000 feet. 0.83 Mach. Yeah, because sometimes, and even though I have slow mode on, Sergeant Staff, there's times where everybody, like, suddenly there's like 3 or 4 posts. Yeah, it is Planet Neutral. I haven't done one in a while, so I just figured today, since I didn't stream Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, I figured this would be a good time to do this today. Get a long haul out over, on a Saturday morning going into the afternoon. It's going to be about, it says 9 hours and 35 minutes, but I think it's going to be closer to 10, but we'll see. Because we are heading west, so we do have headwinds heading our direction, so, but we're doing pretty good so far. We're still on our way to our first major nav point there, Vespa. Still got quite a bit to go there. But yeah, if people post a bunch at the same time, I still miss some things. And on my little 13-inch laptop, with the trackpad, it it seems like I miss stuff sometimes still, and I have to. All right, take care, Sergeant Staff. Enjoy your flight. Speaking of flying, I think Scruffy's getting ready to go live here in about 8 minutes. So, do, if you can, if you're able to, go lurk in his chat for a while in his stream, but do say hi to him. Don't just lurk, but say hi, and then if you do exclamation, yeah, it's the only way that I can, but I still miss some stuff sometimes, and it's hard because, like when I was setting up the aircraft when we were in San Francisco there at the gate, getting all the stuff dialed in and whatnot, I tend to miss stuff in the chat, and still, even though I have slow mode on, but some people, nobody chatted. I kept thinking, somebody's going to start talking in the chat. While I've got my attention here on all these screens and buttons and knobs and whatnot. But no, we made it okay. We're fine. So we're just cruising along here. But yeah, I've not done one of these long flights. Yeah, he's very good about that. Like that's one of the things I really love about being in his stream. He'll say, "Oh yeah, I know so and so streams, and go give them a follow." And so yeah, I'm trying to pay that forward to him to kind of give back to it, but the interesting thing is that there's so much bleed over, like everybody follows everybody almost at this point, right? So it's kind of like, if I say go watch Scruffy, everybody's like, well, I already follow Scruffy, I already watch him, so it's nothing new. I'm trying to get some new folks in the stream to watch his stuff. So why did my headphones do that? All right. That's interesting. That took away. Maybe because I had streaming a couple days. All right. Yeah, we'll do a 2-minute ad break here in a minute. But yeah, he's so good about that he wants to help spread. If he knows that your stream is really good and he enjoys your content, yeah, he's happy to shout people out. But I can understand why he's like, don't come in and say, oh, please follow me and all that. If you just happen to mention, hey, I stream as well, leave it at that, then that's all he wants to hear. But if you go in there, yes, yeah, he's very good about that. He'll try to raid people who don't have a lot of viewers, try to help them build their numbers, get their follower count up, especially if it's somebody I think that he knows could use some help. He'll do that. So I'm a bit, because I'm running this through my Xbox. I don't know if I do a raid, how that's going to impact. Like if I end my stream, like I've not tried it before, and I feel kind of uncomfortable doing it because I may goof it all up. But when I'm on the PC eventually, we will raid other streamers. We'll find people to. So I do want to. That is on my to-do list eventually, is to help people grow their streams. But the funny thing is like when I stream generally during the week, like Forder streaming, Chewy streaming. They already have hundreds and hundreds of viewers, you know. So, oh, you see here? You pop in. Hey, there he is. He is here. Hello, Mella. Hello, Scruff. Nice to see you. So yeah, like, and so a lot of the big streamers are already streaming when I'm streaming. So yeah, but we're gonna do that eventually. That is on the to-do list once we're on Friday night competition for attention is intense. Hello, Emil. Daniel. Yeah, I that is on my to-do list, is to help, you know, kind of pay that forward and win some on the PC. It's just a matter of time. Fingers crossed that I get there and so, you know, once I think he's getting ready to go live here in a minute. He's gonna lurk in my stream. I'm gonna lurk in his stream. I had roast beef and cheddar cheese sandwich last night. So we're gonna be doing the cross lurking. So yeah, please, if once he goes live, do go hang out in Scruffy's stream. There's Vespa. Yeah, it was okay. It was just one of those Barkett sandwiches from Walmart. It was, as I was telling Bex and Pulse's stream last night, it wasn't nothing exciting to write in the chat about. It was just a sandwich. It was just something in my stomach. That's all. Nothing that that wonderful. Nothing exciting. Trust me. So yeah, if you already follow Scruffy and he's live, go hang out in the stream, please. It would be greatly appreciated. Even if it's however long you can hang out over there, it's very much appreciated. Oh, Sergeant Staff is, wait, no, it's old news. Refresh my following on Twitch. Yep, there is Scruffy. He's over in Hawaii today. So if you want to see some fantastic scenery, go hang out. But yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it was just a sandwich. It wasn't nothing special. All right, let's just have a look. Oop. Okay. So yeah, we got a lot of flying left to do. A lot of big chunks in the legs there. So we'll be here until we touch down in Tokyo. Hopefully, fingers crossed. No CTDs, no other major issues today. I should get a picture here of the well, I kind of think I already know how Joseph is. I don't think anything's changed since he was in. Where did we end up all the way up there? In Pulse's stream last night. We could. Hello, Bex. If I missed your hello, I'm trying to get a picture here. There's our. I love the class. This is classic United Airlines livery. That whatever they have now. No, this is United Airlines right here. This will always be how I imagine United Airlines liveries to look like. I think we'll take another one once we're on the ground in Tokyo, and that's an 8 one. Oops. What did you do? Joseph, what you say is nothing's changed since the last time I talked to you, Mello. Nothing significant's happened. That's like the easiest answer ever. That's why I always say to you whenever I'm in your when you ask me how nothing's changed since let's see, he's talking, but I got him on mute, so I don't. Somebody is giving Scruffy the 3rd degree. Yeah, see, that's like the easy, because trust me, if anything significant changed, I probably wouldn't be in the chat. Like if things got really bad, I wouldn't be in the chat. I would post maybe something in my Discord. About it, but I wouldn't be watching streamers. Anyway, what else? What else was I going to talk about? Oh, I know. Let's talk about food since Amella's here. Yes, let's. Amella does love to talk about food, don't you? So when we were in, I think it was the day before yesterday or sometime earlier in the week, we were in Pulse's chat, watching them slay monsters and whatever else over there on God of War Ragnarok. We were talking about pies. Hey, nice infidel farming. Yeah, I'm lurking over in Scruffy's chat. So it's all good. It's the multi-lurking universe today. It's all good. So we were talking about pies, and of course, when there's pie, which is like a pastry sort of pie, like an apple pie or something like that. And then there's their meat pies, shepherd's pie, cottage pies, and all that. But they're not like, when you think of pie, they're not like a traditional pastry pie. But that's what they call them. And so I was talking about how my grandmother, for like Thanksgiving, she would make fresh pumpkin pie from scratch. Now, what she would do is she would kind of use the pumpkin from, because there would still be some on sale after Halloween, and so she would use the actual pumpkin to make the pumpkin pie and all that, and she would make the crust by hand. She would not, my grandmother flat out refused to buy anything pre-made, whether it was a pie pan, like the crust was already made, you just put the filler in there. Nope, she made everything by hand from scratch. But that was like a treat for like Christmas or for Thanksgiving or something like that. But when I was in the army, once I got to Germany, for those of you who've been in the stream before, you may recall, maybe not, that my grandfather used to work for Montgomery Ward's. He retired from them as the manager of their paint factory in over in the East Bay in California, in the San Francisco Bay Area. So he had a bunch of empty paint cans that he had acquired, you know, when he left there. And so when I was in Germany, my grandmother would make fresh, handmade, the dough, all that stuff. I don't remember what she used for the chocolate. She used like the Hershey's chocolate chips, or if she cut like a Hershey's bar up, or I don't remember what. But she would send me chocolate chip cookies. And what she would do is she'd make them and then she'd put them in a plastic bag, tie that up, and then put it in the paint can. And my grandfather would seal the paint can. And it was like, by the time it got to Germany, it was still fresh. They didn't like dry out and be all brittle and everything. No, they were still fantastic. And when I was in, we were getting ready to go over to the Gulf for the Gulf War. We were sitting around, and it so happened that my grandmother had sent me 2 cans of cookies. And so what I did was we were sitting around waiting for our flight from up at Frankfurt when the Air Force Base was still open. We were heading towards Saudi Arabia, and so I broke out the 2 cans and just passed them around and said, "Here, have some fresh homemade chocolate chip cookies, not store bought. Nope, it's all scratch made." And within like a short period of time, not even an hour, both cans were empty. So I just figured that it's something for guys who just something from home, before we were getting on the plane to go down to Saudi Arabia, to enjoy even something small like that. There's no way I would have eaten 2 cans by myself. Yeah. So I passed them around, and oh man, it was gone in a short period of time, and there we go. So yeah, she used to make my mother, and not even my aunt. Nobody on my my aunt baked a little bit, but my grandmother baked, everything was from scratch. And because that was just how it was. She refused to do all the store bought stuff because she knew she had her recipes down to a science, pretty much. And yeah, it was. Everybody knew when I got cookies in the mail because there'd be a certain size box and it'd be like, "Come on, open it up, let's get a taste." So I'd be like, "Yeah, I'll share it." I couldn't eat the whole can by myself, even if it was just 1 can. But I didn't mind sharing with the other folks, the other soldiers. Just cruising along at 0.83 Mach. Still got lots of flying left to do. If we go back to our little oop. Oh, come on. I hate when it does this. So if you look, our next one going to 4-5 November 40, that is like 500 some odd nautical miles between these 2 points. So these chunks we're just going to be eating. No, Bella, it was like pre-made there at Walmart. It's like their little marketplace sandwich thing or whatever. They make like a bunch of them and put them in the packages and just send them out for people to buy. So no, I didn't. Only like during the summertime do I buy like sandwich meat and bread and make my own sandwiches. But no, I was hungry and just wanted to eat something before it got too late. So yeah. How's my coffee? Oh, it's starting to chill already. I might make one more cup here. But yeah, it was fine. It was just something to eat. I was hungry, but I wasn't like super hungry. But I've got my beef jerky here next to me to snack on here later this morning. Once we get closer to lunch, I might snack on some of that. I needed something that's got protein in it to help me get through the flight. And if necessary, probably out if we do a 10-hour, that means it'll be about 4 something this afternoon when we land there in Tokyo. At least real world time for me, it'll be about 4 something in the afternoon. So that'll be perfect because by the time we get that wrapped up, I'll do the I'll put the pork loin in the oven for dinner. You know what? I gotta run an ad break. I just realized I haven't done one yet. So 2 minutes of ads coming up. Play a I think here shortly before we get too much farther into these first big chunks of the flight, I'm gonna have to get up and walk around for a few minutes here in my apartment and keep the blood flowing in my legs. Ooh. Otherwise my knees are gonna start to get really bad. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we're making good time. It seems like we're just cruising right along here. So yeah, sometime this year, hopefully here in the next couple months, we will do a flight in the Concorde from JFK to Heathrow. That should be fun. What else do we have planned? I gotta put together the plan for next week. Forgot about that this week. Even though I wasn't really pressed to doing much, you know, other than deal with some appointments, but I should have taken care of that. Matter of fact, I might take care of that tonight while if Pulse is streaming again on God of War Ragnarok. We work on next week's flight plans, get that posted over on the schedule. Maybe today is the 7th, so that would be the 21st. On the 21st, we may do a short jetliner flight. It'd be like either the A319 or the A321 or A320. I mean, yeah, just something simple. Pipes making a noise there. So yeah, maybe we'll do a short flight. You know, maybe just a couple hours, 2 weeks from today. We'll do that on a Saturday, so for those who can't join me during the week, if they want to fly on a Saturday, more than welcome to. If you want to do a jetliner flight, like that. So I think maybe these will eventually start to work. I think this will have the airport layout maybe or something like that. I don't know. All right, let's see what we got coming up here once we pass November 30 there in front of us. I think it's like 500 something, 400 some change. So I'm hoping basically what will happen is that it'll be late afternoon, you know, almost evening time once we land there in Tokyo. So yeah, 469 nautical miles. We're just eating up the time, eating up the distance in these chunks, and before we know it, we will be getting ready to start our descent into Tokyo. Not yet, but eventually. Before you know it, it'll be there. It's just so weird how this thing flies like this to get the air going through the engines like that, but I mean, we're at 81% trim, keeping the nose up. It's just absolutely crazy how this thing flies like this. I think what I'm going to do, leave the view out here for just a moment. I'm going to step away and I will be right back. All right. All right, I'm back. What did I miss? Anything exciting happened? Daddies break onto the flight deck and start twirling with the knobs. I'll grab me a oats and honey granola bar. Good stuff. Something healthy. What did you change in your Addies? What did you do? Kidding. Look at that. It's been a while since I've been in the 747. Flown it. Let's see what Scruff might get to. Ooh, look at that valley flying. Oh, man. If I wasn't doing this flight, I'd be over there buzzing going by in an F-14 right now. Fantastic stuff. Look at that. Addies, Addies, are you still here? Young Joseph, you still in the chat? Yes, no, maybe. All right, no problems in Mellow. We got lots of flying, so if you got to step out, whatever. He might have buggered off. I'm telling with him sometimes. I want him to go have a bit of fun over in Scruffy's stream. Joseph, where are you? Little lady, Joseph. Yeah, he might have. That's good. Because I know he'd get a kick out of this. Who's here in the chat? I know Milla's here. Well, Milla's stepped away. I need a volunteer. Who's my volunteer for today? It's nothing bad. Somebody just say, I can do it. Nobody's wanting to do it. I think by the time we get to this waypoint here, 396 nautical miles away, I think we might be able to see the very tail end of the islands that go with Alaska. All right, Bex. If you would go over to click on that link on Twitch. Go to Scruffy's stream and say hello to him, and then put in that explanation. Put that command, and he'll show you his socks of the day. Let's see if Bex. Because he's one of the only streamers that I know of that has a camera over his rudder pedals, and he'll show you his socks of the day. Ooh, look at that. He's got the socks bouncing around. Here it comes. Here it comes. He switched. He switched. Oh, look at those socks. Those are fantastic. It was funny because he posted a picture. He washed all of his socks, I guess, the other day. And he said, "Yeah, Bex." Yeah, he doesn't know me by that name, Bex. Yeah, he is. He's such a wonderful person, I tell you. He is so easygoing, just loves to laugh. He loves people. He loves yeah, he'd posted over in his Discord this pile of socks, and he says, now I have to sort them. And I said, there's only two piles. There's the socks from Kaharia's mom and then everything else. And he said, that's true. Oh yeah, Kaharia's mom sends him some hand knitted socks, and they're just absolutely amazing. But oh yeah, he's such a wonderful person, I tell you. I am so happy to be a part of his community and everything. So he loves stuff like that. He doesn't. He said it before. He's probably the only streamer that'll show you his socks while he's flying. He's set up a camera just for that. So yeah, he's a wonderful person. I tell you, I said it on Tuesday. I think if you're having a really bad day and Scruffy's streaming, just go hang out in his stream, and you'll eventually be laughing and just, he's just so cool, very caring person. See, I was trying. So, Joseph, if you go to Scruffy's stream and hit the F, just put F, you'll get a toilet flush. And he doesn't mind that at all either. Yeah, go say hi to him. Just show him some love. He's such a warm-hearted person, very caring, very compassionate. just a generally a happy person. You know, and I was truly humbled, and when he started a separate area on his Discord, and he calls it his inner circle, and he put me there, and and I when suddenly I'm part of it, I was like, wait, what, huh? But I think he trusts anything, well, not just anything I say, but I feel very honored that he trusts me enough to make me a part of his inner circle. Um, so yeah, I was blown away by that. I did not expect that, because usually that's something for people you've known for many years, or you've seen them streaming for a very long time, and you trust their judgment enough um, to do all that. But yeah, he's I was very humbled and honored by that. So whatever I can do to help him, I'm going to do it. It is time very well invested to help him. And I don't expect anything in return for it. It's just that he's done so much for the community, whether it's the virtual flight simming community or in his own community. You know, in real life. Like that family whose daughter passed away from cancer. He didn't have to raise that money, but he chose to, just to try to help a family in need and all that. So I'm hoping I'm hoping to go to Flight Sim Expo this year in June, towards the end of June, to meet Scruffy, to meet Captain Arash, all these other streamers, Sergeant Staff, everybody who I've gotten to know over the last several months online, flying with them or just hanging out in their streams. So hoping to go to Houston to meet them all in person. We're just cruising along over above the northern Pacific here. .36 knot headwind, kind of. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, I think. Oh, that's why I keep telling Joseph, go in there and say hi to him, say, hey, Scruffy, and then hit the F button, and then hit enter, and then he'll get a toilet flush. You have a little giggle out of it. I don't know quite yet how to do the fart sound, but he does even have a fart sound. Absolutely, he's such a wonderful person, and I'm happy to know him, and Captain Arash and Allison. There's just so many people that I've gotten to know this year, well, this past year, through flight simming. Even though I'm not on the PC, the fact that I'm doing this, it's like they don't care. So working on the farm. Oh lordy. How many tractors have you gotten stuck in the trees, Joseph? Yeah, he's an awesome dude. a lot of the people I've met, you know, and I follow so many people now that it's hard to pick who to go watch sometimes, you know. And a lot of times, most people stream as I'm getting ready to go to bed. Um, so yeah, but I'm really looking forward to getting down there to Flight Sim Expo, meeting all these folks in person for the first time, and sit down and have lunch or dinner, whatever. It'd be amazing. Yeah, I'd really like to get over to that. They have an aviation museum there. I'd like to get down there, get some pictures, hang out, walk around, all that good stuff. Can't believe the 747 is no longer in production. They ended it. Unbelievable. Let's see. All right, so basically, let's see what's our where's the next page? There we go. All right, so Pollux is the beginning of our arrival portion into Tokyo. So we are on our way to 5 November 40. All right, so we have all these points still ahead of us. Big chunks there. We have Calig, and then from Calig, and then we have 41 Echo 50, Adgore, and then we have Pollux. So between these two, Adgore and Pollux, is when we're going to start our descent. Should be. So even once we get to 41 Echo 50, we can start minimizing. We can just do small steps down, maybe a couple thousand feet at a time, and then we should be set up for success going into Tokyo. So, but we got a lot of flying left to do. But we only have 2 pages of nav points left, but there's big distances between the nav points. We've still got a lot to go. I feel like we're doing very well, and we've only been flying for 2 hours, so or just under 2 hours. So yeah, I feel like we're making very good time. Knock on wood. Fingers crossed, toes crossed. Clean my glasses here real quick. Let's see, what other stuff was I gonna talk about? I'm thinking of some story time stuff. But Addie's is entertaining himself over on the farm. That's all. I know, like, this is the boring part. Nobody likes to watch the long parts of it. Everybody likes to watch the takeoff and landing. I'm sure everybody will come in and be like, hey! If not, that's quite alright. We'll be back in Monday in the Eucharist 52, continuing our trip across America. I don't know where. I know where we're departing from, but I don't know where we're headed to next. Trying to kind of zigzag around and keep working our way back east towards New York again. We'll do that Monday and Wednesday. Thursday we'll continue on our trip on for the Route 66 stuff, and then on Friday we'll be back in the Twin Beach down there in South America. We're headed into Brazil, I think, next from Guyana. So that'll be our next trip. I know sometime in next month I have to go do an eye test again, my yearly eye exam, and this time I have to get the drops that will dilate my pupils and make me and do the whole puff of air. I hate that. So I won't be streaming that day, and I may not stream the next day either, just to be on the safe side, give my eyes time to readjust after the eye test. I hate that test. I don't mind the pupils being dilated, but the puff of air in my eyes, and having that thing get really close to my eyeball, and I'm trying to keep my eye open. Yeah, no, not a big fan of that. quick look to see what Scruffy's up to. There's Kit Fox over there over Hawaii. The headwind hasn't really changed dramatically, just a little bit here and there. Alright, so we're looking at another... Ooh, this next chunk is going to be at least 800 nautical miles. Oof. Big chunks coming up, looks like. We'd see the bits of the Alaskan islands, but I don't see. They may be under this cloud cover coming up here. I do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. If you're here for the whole thing or if you're popping in and out, whichever works for you, it's all good. Matter of fact, I reckon about the time I wrap this up, hopefully Pulse will be streaming. Go watch him slay some more beasts there on God of War Ragnarok. I have been still thinking about getting back into Assassin's Creed. Odyssey was pretty interesting, I have to admit. What we didn't do, now that we're no, of course not. Mella's back. Welcome back, Mella. Well, they really need to fix that. The way that this thing goes back, and it's like this weird block at the end. It was fine before, but I don't know what changed that's causing it to look that way. Anyway, welcome. See what other little. So this used to be, I guess we can kind of talk about. There is still a chair there, but this was the flight engineer station, and they had a huge panel here. And they monitored all the engines and everything when the 747 first came out. So you had a crew of 3. There's still one person back here, I think, but I don't really know what they would monitor other than looking at the same screen that the captain looks at there with the engine stuff. But they may, is there like a, oh, they may be able to monitor it there on that computer screen, but just to have an extra set of eyes on things. Oh no, that chair faces forward. Never mind. I thought it faced there to the right. But yeah, there was a dedicated flight engineer station there, and the whole panel would be all kinds of knobs and gauges and buttons and stuff. And so they had to basically monitor engine power and all that kind of stuff. So. There's Joseph In-N-Out. He's like In-N-Out Burger. In-N-Out Joseph. He's here, he's not here, he's here, he's not here. You never know when you might find him again. Yeah, I tell you I'm still shocked when I saw that they weren't going to produce these and Boeing stopped production of the 747. Which I can kind of understand. It's probably far more cheaper to maintain a Dreamliner than it is a 4-engine 747. But yeah, I it's just amazing to think that these will not be produced anymore. I mean, there's older ones that are still flying. They've been converted into freight. Very few airline companies, like my mom and I were talking. I'm trying to go to Houston later this year. I'm trying to go back to California to go visit family, and there's very few airlines do nonstop flights anymore. So you end up, if you're lucky, you get a flight where you only have one layover going either direction. But generally now it's even more. I think they do. I did look it up when I was researching, but I think a lot of theirs now, very few are passenger anymore. I think for long haul flights, most every airline company has either gone to the Dreamliner or the 777s. But they still, very few, my mom was right. There's not many airlines offer a non-stop flight from one point to another anymore. So even if I fly out of Syracuse, I would still probably have to go, either I would go to Chicago or Detroit, or probably one of those two, and then continue on towards California. So yeah, it used to be you could get a, like Southwest Airlines, you could get a non-stop flight from, but you'd have to be out of a major like Atlanta or something like that, bigger airport. Syracuse isn't that big, so that's why I would have to go to another, because that's like a regional sort of place. I'd probably fly in a Bombardier regional jet, but I would either go to Chicago or to Detroit, I think, and then from there I'd get on like either a 737 or an A320 or something like that and go to California. So Yeah, it's crazy that but it used to be like nonstop service was a big thing, you know. But now that most people conduct their business over the internet, they don't travel like they used to. Um, so yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, when I was looking, there's not many airlines. They still have them, but I think they've kind of diversified their airline business and started moving freight instead of passengers. So, yeah. But even that will eventually probably the freight stuff will dry up. And I didn't know this, but when I was looking at the history of TWA, I thought mistakenly that Howard Hughes had started the airline. No, he bought the airline out. Do I have a favorite plane? Well, I'd say for as far as jetliners, I do like the 747 because it it reminds me a lot of being in the Bay Area because Pan Am especially flew 747s out of San Francisco for many years. Um, so yeah, jetliner, I do like the 747. I'm not a big fan of the 787. Like I get it; it's much more advanced, and it's only got the two engines, but they're very economical as far as fuel mileage and all that. Of course, fighter jet it would be the F-14. I never really thought about like general aviation planes. Um, I would see them all the time, but it wasn't like I was like, wow, the new Piper Cub or the new, Cessna, whatever, anything like that. It was just they were there, but they weren't like sexy for lack of a better term. So, um, like, um, but I didn't. The funny thing was, growing up loving aviation, I was only interested in military aviation. Whether it was Air Force or Navy or Army Air Corps was irrelevant. It was just like, oh, it's a fantastic plane, and I would learn what was the role of the plane, what was what was it designed to do. So whether it was a bomber, fighter plane, whatever, what was the it was supposed to do, and of course you have other variants of planes that have specific roles, or they're like, oh, we could turn this into this kind of a platform, like the F-18. You have what they call a growler, which is it has electronic jamming equipment on board, and so that's what their role is to jam radar sites and whatnot. So yeah, that all, somebody was like, "Ooh, let's try this," and so now you have a smaller plane that's probably easier to maintain than the previous planes that were meant to do that job. But no, I love the 747. I wish that Pan Am was still around. I think they may have survived, but if they had made better decisions. Ooh, well, look at our speed needle is jumping all over the place. Could it be the? Oh yeah, look at that. It is fluctuating these air the headwinds. You know what? We're gonna do just in case we hit an air pocket. But yeah, yeah, I'd say the 747 as far as because I didn't really know about Airbus, even though they were already in the United States. in the 80s. And I didn't know this. Did you know Airbus has a plant in Mobile, Alabama? They now produce Airbus aircraft in Mobile, Alabama. I learned that recently. But because you had the McDonnell Douglases was still around back then. You had the MD-80, and Lockheed was still producing passenger planes, the L-1011, the wide, or they call it the wide body L-1011, Lockheed. you know, but now it's just the only one that's producing. You only have two competitors making airliner planes. Airbus and Boeing. That's it. Lockheed is now focused on military stuff. McDonnell Douglas is, I think, pretty much gone. They got bought up into Lockheed. Yeah, like all that stuff. There's just the two left. And right now, I hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it, but the reality is, I think Airbus is just killing it. Their planes are much better engineered, I think. They seem to have fewer problems compared to Boeing. At least that's my sense of their stuff. I don't know that Boeing's going to have anything that's going to wow anybody the way like the A380 has, So, but there's some airlines that they have no Airbus aircraft in their inventory at all, which I find kind of amazing. Yeah, like there's so many. It's amazing how quickly the aviation industry changed. A lot of like Boeing, right before 9/11 apparently, and I didn't know this, but Boeing basically got involved in the military aerospace industry like a year or so before 9/11. And so when passenger service suddenly was suspended because of 9/11, they still had money coming in because they had diversified their business model to include military contracts. And the guy who's running Boeing, I think at the time or now, had said if they hadn't done that, they would have totally gone under. So, yeah. And of course, Airbus has pretty much done the same thing but their stuff is not sold like the A400, that prop, which is kind of like the C-130, but it is, I think, in a way, it's sexier, for lack of a better term, than the C-130. But those are pretty well built aircraft, I think. But they won't never be sold here because it would be a direct competitor to Lockheed and other military contractors here in the United States. They don't want that competition. They want, even if Airbus could, I think the deal was this documentary I watched about the quote unquote war between Airbus and Boeing. The A340 was going to be converted to a military tanker aircraft, so like for in-air refueling. The deal was done, and they were going to build it here in America, which meant jobs, right? And they came in and nullified it and said nope. So they redid the contract, and suddenly Boeing was the winner of the contract. Yeah. It was quite crazy, but they had all they were going to do is convert all the A340s that they weren't going to fly anymore for passenger, and just turning them into flying gas stations. and whatever needed to be produced new was going to be built in America. And like, no, don't want it. No, thank you. So yeah, it was something else. But yeah, it's I I I think Boeing is barely going to survive the next decade. This next 10 years. I don't know what they're going to do to keep their business afloat, but um, yeah, it's insane. Needles really dancing. Look at that. It must be because of this area we're flying over. This must have some crazy air currents right now. But yeah, it's crazy to think how much is is changed as far as aviation and passenger services and you know, now you don't most airlines don't serve any kind of a meal anymore. If you want one, you have to buy it ahead of time, which I can understand it because they were probably wasting a lot of food, you know. But yeah, you don't get hardly anything anymore, you know. It's not a. It used to be that travel was like an amazing experience, and in the all for the mighty dollar they made a lot of changes that I think have ruined the experience now. You know, it's not something like you know you're like, oh, we're going to go on a plane and we're going to fly here and it's going to be amazing, and you know. So turn it down just in case we do start to get into some of the. Could do this. Turn it don't like it anymore. We turn that down to about 10% just in case we need that. But yeah, travel is just like it's not a fun experience anymore. I don't think it's just like bleh, you know. Like when I flew from Las Vegas to San Francisco after I visited my buddy there in Vegas, no updates from the flight deck at all. Not, hey, we're going to go over the Sierra Nevadas, or if you look out this side of the aircraft, you'll see this or that or whatever. Nothing. Not, hey, we're about 45 minutes out. We're going to start descending and we'll be on the ground, you know, pretty soon. You know, nothing. No, nada. And I think that was, did I fly Frontier? What did I fly? I flew some cheap airline. The tickets were cheap, but they charge you for your baggage, whether it's checked or not. They charge you for your baggage. So that's where they make up their money. I'm like, yeah, I'll never fly. Oh, I meant to do this. So quick 2-minute ad break, folks. I'm trying to get some in. I meant to do it at the top. We'll do it. I was going to try to do it every 30 minutes, but we can do one again at 9:45, just to get some ads in there every so often, just to help keep the lights here on here in the flight deck. so many buttons. A lot of this stuff is inoperative, but I don't know what it's supposed to do. You know. That's comms. Looking for my where's the SWAT code? Normally there's still a little thing that you can see your squawk identifier. Oh, that must be it over there. I think that's it. Transponder. Yep. But yeah, a lot of so many changes, and I don't think they're necessarily for the better. But I understand that they have to cut costs and try to save money, and yeah, to get no update from the flight deck at all. When you're flying, it doesn't matter. Normally, any time I've flown, you get some kind of an update from the flight deck. It was like the laziest flight I'd ever been on. They didn't want to say nothing. It was almost like the pilots were pissed that they were flying that day. You know, like you're flying in and out of Las Vegas. What's the problem? It was I bet you I know what it was. They were at the crap tables and they lost a couple grand at the craps tables. Or they were on the blackjack table and lost money, or maybe they were playing poker and lost money. I don't know, but boy, they were not happy. Whatever it was. But yeah, I was like, nope, I'll never fly with them again. No, thank you. I can't remember who it was. I'd have to look it up. What that airline was, but I'm like, nope, never. No thank you. And I hate these kiosk things now. I want to go to a counter and talk to a person. But now it's like you have to go to the kiosk. If nobody's there at the desk, they only just accept your bag. They put the tag on it and that's it. Or like what happened in Birmingham when I was coming after visiting my dad, and I asked if I could get a comp on the checked bag. What, you can't? No. Well, I'm a veteran. Was it be possible? She started laughing. Are you crazy? You don't do that here. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, if I can help it, I'll never fly Delta again, or whichever it was. I think it was Delta. I still never heard nothing back about that. Never heard it, got an email, nothing. 10 people watching. Welcome, everybody. Happy to have you along. I'm your host and pilot, Uncle B. We're in the 747-8 Intercontinental. We are on our way to Tokyo. We have lots of flying left to do. I don't think we're quite at the halfway point yet. We're the Monarch on Glenn's farm. Try watching that show again. Monarch of the Glen. Oh, hated it. You know, it's funny when you watch a show when you're younger, you're like, oh, this is fantastic. And then you watch it again like 15, 20 years later, and you're like, what is this crap? What did I find funny about it? What did I like about this? Nothing. Great scenery. Characters, on the other hand, some If I was the monarch of that glen, they would have been thrown out. They've been forcibly removed. That is starting to really kind of concern me, the way this speed thing is dancing around. Like it was fine for a while, but I'm just thinking we must be in a weird spot wind-wise. Yeah, see, it keeps fluctuating all over the place. I don't know. That's kind of crazy. So I guess there was another update to the beta for the aircraft and avionics. Ooh, look at that, 852 nautical miles to our next leg there. 49er November 60. So I think when we get to November 70, that should be about the halfway point. It's like a 4,000 something nautical mile trip. So one more leg and we're halfway there. And now I should say, how many tractors have you gotten stuck on Glenn's farm today there, Joseph? If any at all. Now remember, we're going to ask Glenn later on Saturday the 7th of January 2023, how many times did Joseph get stuck in the trees? You know, Glenn will tell us. I don't know. Let's see what Scruffy's up to. Oh, looking at pictures of volcanoes. Wow. Cool pictures somebody posted and shared with Scruffy. Joseph, why don't you go in Scruffy's chat and hit the F button and give him a flush? I'm sure he'd appreciate that. He does like the courtesy flush. He's been joking lately because they use there's a fart command, and he says, "Thank you for the fart." He said, "However, if you go to if I see you at Flight Sim Expo and you actually fart, I'm not going to thank you for your fart." I'm going to leave this out here right there. That should be a good shot. I'm going to step away again for just a moment, folks, kind of stretch and move around, and I'll be right back in a few minutes. Thank you, Amela. I was just snacking on some beef jerky there, just getting something else in my stomach other than the granola bar earlier. So we're just cruising along. We got 792 nautical miles. I just hit 791. On our way to 49er November 60. 1786. Let's see here. 2179. 2179 minus 17. Next one will be 393 nautical miles. Once we get to the next distance between November 60 and November 70. So we're just making our way west to Tokyo. Along here at flight level 420 or 42,000 feet. Cruising at Mach 0.8. It's been fluctuating. We're in a weird wind pattern, it seems. So yeah, lots of flying left to do. Feel like we're making good on time, though. Seems like. So far. The only thing this thing doesn't have, I wish somewhere it had like a running chronometer. I feel like the Airbuses have something in this area that has a chronometer on Is it over by the It's interesting that there's no... I don't see anything for a chronometer on here. I would have thought that would have been part of the information on one of these pages at least. Oh well. What are there? Nothing that changed anything. Nope. Those, you can turn them on, but I don't think. Oh, there's the terrain. Okay. Try to keep an eye on the time for our next ad break there. Ooh, ooh. Well, that was a. Looks like they landed in a volcano. There we go. Well, let me leave the stop looking at this chat because I want to lose my mind. Oh, you know, I was talking the other day with some. And one of the things I've noticed over the years, and Abella, you'll back me up on this, because we've seen it before in other streams, and even still to this day we see it. This, people have this sense of. I'm trying to figure out the right word to describe it. I don't know if it's entitlement or, and I think it's just a genuine. Well, let me preface this. What I'm about to say, I think people are genuine. They would like to see something, right? And so what happens, I think, is people see somebody streaming like Flight Sim, for instance. Oh, could you fly here, right? And so of course you're like, yeah, I think that's a reasonable request, right? I could do that. You know, like if people were asking me to do a flight like this and I hadn't planned it or wasn't going to have the time, it would be, well, I'd like to, but it wouldn't happen for quite some time because I have other things going on, or you know, I already have a plan in place. But I see it happening. Like somebody will come into a stream. Well, can you do this? They'll ask today, and then you say, "Well, I would, but not right. It won't be today. I don't know when. I could do it at some point, but I don't have a time frame as to when." Okay, fine. And they come back the next day and ask the same thing. And it's almost like they get to the point of, if I keep asking, then finally I'm going to get a yes. Right? Instead of just coming in and saying, you know, or just watching. Because there's plenty of places we haven't flown yet around the world. And we're going to get there eventually. But just not in a time frame that satisfies somebody else. Because when we do that, one of the things I learned in life is that when you try to make all these changes to make everybody else happy, you're going to end up making yourself miserable, right? And it's going to show. You know, people are going to hear it in your voice. You're not really happy to be doing the flight because it's not something you were planning on. You know. So it's just, it never fails. You know, that people come in, well, could you do this? maybe in the future at some point, I can probably squeeze that into a flight. Why can you do it today? No. Why not? I don't. So, yeah, I don't. That's just that. It kind of annoys me after a while. And like I said, I know that maybe they're genuine in their requests, but then the genuine part goes out the door when it becomes a non-stop demand until they get what they want from the streamer, and then they disappear. They never come back again. They'll never watch again. They'll never come by and hang out. Nope, I got you to do what I wanted. Now I'm done with you. That sort of mentality. And one of the things that I know, like Scruffy has done on his Discord, is he set up an area for uh, flight ideas. Like, if there's something that you like to see, whether it's a flying tour or whatever, if you put it in there, and he's like, yeah, I can squeeze that in at some point. He'd be happy to do it, but it's like this. I think people come into a chat and make those demands because they're hoping that you'll stop whatever they're doing to satisfy what they want. And when you tell them no, but, goodness gracious. Oh. But see, like if Joseph says, hey, my birthday's coming up, can you do a flight for me for my birthday? Well, I know Joseph's going to show up. Maybe. Unless he's ever at the dodgy McDonald's with the dodgy McDonald's Wi-Fi. But chances are he's going to be there to watch the flight from beginning to end. Or at least the beginning and maybe the end part, but everything else in between he can't be bothered with. Kidding, Joseph. Kidding. Yeah, it's I don't know. $684. Today's flight is brought to you by Parasox Airlines. Parasox, just because you have a pair of socks does not mean they have to match. You saw, if you've been watching Scruffy, you know that for a fact. All right, ad break here. Let's go. That airspeed thing is just, it's still dancing. Not like excessively, but just, it's kind of worrying. It's not, I wonder, you know, what we may need to do. Let's see if this changes. Not that I have the eyes turned on, but the auto. I've had a granola bar so far, and I've been snacking on a little bit of the beef jerky, Amela. I didn't. I'm going to just try to snack my way through this flight today. If I have to, I can order something quick to eat. Yeah, I'm fine for right now. Oh, I watched last couple of days. I rewatched the pardon me, folks. I rewatched Band of Brothers. PlayStation play has no limits. I think I disagree with that one. So are you talking about like the storage limit thing, Daniel? Is that what you're referring to? Like you can't have still? I thought they. Well, no, we're talking about PS5, but I thought they had removed the limitations as far as like what they did with Train Sim World 2 or 3, which you could only have so many routes on your stored on your PlayStation at one time or whatever, or something like that. Well, one of the things I think has happened, and this is just my opinion, right? The advances in console technology have reached the point that they're almost like a desktop computer, but it's not built for something like that, right? Or at least it feels that way. I think that's a marketing ploy, you know, because people want a desktop type capabilities without spending thousands of dollars. But yeah, I never understood why Sony did that. Like if you bought a game, and you know, this is the funny thing, talking about Train Sim World. For years, it seemed, Sony and the Train Sim World 2 especially, they seem to have preferred the Sony Train Sim World 2 folks over the Xbox side. Sony was getting discounts, like if you bought the route and you were a Sony player, you got a discount automatically. Whereas the Xbox folks were getting the shaft and getting it at the price, and you know, there was no discount unless it was on sale, and you had to wait maybe 6 months or almost a year before it went on sale. You know, like the price dropped down. Otherwise, you were paying full price. So I don't quite grasp. I don't know if that was why would Sony do that to Dovetail Games, who they had such a great relationship with? That made no sense to me. But it was almost like they were punishing Sony for, or not punishing, they were punishing Dovetail Games for the size of their new content. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, why would they crap on a part of the community that they generally tended to favor? Or again, I don't know why would, not that Dovetails did that, but why would Sony do that to Dovetail? Because they had such a great relationship. Something about that. The only thing I can think of is something about that relationship soured. And I don't know if it was due to anybody at Dovetails or if it's due to somebody at Sony, but something happened between the two of them that caused this little kerfuffle. But yeah, that still shocks me that happened. So I don't know. Both companies tend to have this weird sort of, their behavior is so odd with each other, or towards the developers or the game, publishers or whoever. But part of it's like both sides they play their role in this drama, and the gamers are starting to suffer for it. And your only option is to go to Nintendo and play family related games, and like Mario Kart or something. Otherwise, there's no other. I mean, we lost Sega. That was the only other console competitor for a while. Yeah, Nintendo is just all family related games. Oh, but that's just crazy. Why would they limit the number of add-ons you could have? That still doesn't make any sense. Because everybody knows by now that's what Dovetail. You have your base game, and then you can download the previous routes if you already own them, and then you can buy the new routes as they come out if you want to. You don't have to, but you're like, oh yeah, I like this, because I prefer this region of the world. I like passenger over freight or freight over passenger, whatever. Why would they limit it? That doesn't make sense. That's why I think somebody on either company or in both companies, was Dovetail and Sony, something's happened between the two of them to cause this. Oh, I remember Hentis. Him and young, what's his name? Evan used to always get into it, it seemed like. Or was it people in Hentis's chat were always going after Evan? Something. I just remember there was some drama. I think I watched Hentis one time and that was it. I haven't watched him after that. I haven't. The only person that I've watched train, I only watch a few people. One is Ace. I watch Speedy Addies on the trains, and I watch Jody whenever she hasn't streamed trains in she hasn't streamed in ages actually. But that's it. I don't really watch anybody else when it comes to train sim stuff. Well, I did watch Amela. Amela did a stream not too long ago on the trains. But yeah, I haven't watched what's his name? Megasim. I still follow him on YouTube, but I haven't watched him stream in like forever. I think a lot of people it was a way to get through the past couple years with the lockdowns and everything. But now that people are going back to work, a lot of people just don't have time to stream anymore. You know. Oh, imagine that. So it is on the side of dovetail. Well, it's so that they knew. Well, see, that's kind of a catch-22 though. They know they were going to release more routes over time. Why didn't Sony up the limit? That's the thing. But see, like if I was gonna get back into Train Sim, or if I wanted to do Train Sim World 3 stuff, I can keep the base routes and then only download the route that I want to run on for a while and then uninstall it again. So, yeah, it's well, yeah, it does start to eat up storage space on your system. So yeah, but especially on the like I can understand it maybe for the older consoles, but for next gen, like there's no reason for it to be on the next gen stuff because you have more storage available built in. But if you paid for it, why should you be limited? You know, that doesn't make any sense. But that's why I say I think both parties played their hand part in that fiasco. Yeah, I blame both parties there for that one. That doesn't make any sense. But what can you do? All right, I think I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'm gonna go refill my glass of water. I'll be right back. Yeah, what I don't get, right? I was just thinking about this when I was going to the kitchen to get some more water. So, Dovetail obviously wants to sell more routes, which is their prerogative. You know, they're not going to just release everything in a base game. Um, you know, because they want to develop more content, right? Which makes sense. They want to make more money. So, um, why why would you limit yourself in that respect? Okay, yeah. I just popped in to see what Scruffy was up to. Let me leave again because I'm gonna lose my mind. Try not. Trying to be a better person this year. I really am. There's those people that just we anyway. So yeah, like why? So now that puts them in a bad position, money making wise, because if Sony says, well, people have to make a decision now if they want the new route, they're gonna have to delete the old route. Oh, it looks like things kind of finally settled down. Oh, we must have been over a weird windy area. But now the thing is kind of settled. The airspeed indicator there on the left, thankfully. So yeah, that just doesn't make any sense as far as the in the money for the money making wise. That because then what happens is because Sony has that, right? Some people might be like, well, I love Sony, but with this, I don't particularly care for it. So you know what? Now I'm gonna go buy an Xbox. I'm gonna do everything over on Xbox. Now keep a few exclusive things from the PlayStation store on my PlayStation, but I will go because I can have more content. If I want to do Train Sim World 2 or now Train Sim World 3, I can have all that stuff easily available to me. So Sony's shooting themselves in the foot. But not that a lot of people will leave, but there's a chance that some people will be like, well, screw Sony. I'll become an Xbox player. That's what surprised me. Like, why would Sony do that? It doesn't make sense for either company, to be honest. But what do I know? I'm just a dude flying a virtual 747 over the Northern Pacific on the way to Tokyo. I think things are kind of stable now. We can turn off the seatbelt sign. People could be moving about the cabin. Yeah, that's exactly. But it's also like when I went back to Destiny 2 for a short while just to see how things were. Content that I had paid for back when Bungie was still under Activision lists, as I like to call them. All that content's gone. And it wasn't like I got a refund. They just deleted the content and it's gone. It's like, well, but I paid for it. Yeah, we know, but you can't have it anymore. So what did I buy it for? Yeah, it's stupid business decisions like that that just boggle my mind. You know, it doesn't make any sense, but what can you do? All right, folks, we are 525 nautical miles from reaching. Well, nope, we still have another leg, so about 800 some odd nautical miles, and we will be halfway to Tokyo. So, thank you all for hanging out, coming and going in the chat, lurking. As long as you ain't twerking. If you do, I don't want to know about it. Yeah, I that boggles my mind. That's just, because sometimes you just want to like, yeah, exactly. Oh, well, thank you for buying the iPhone 13 or 14 or whatever it is, but you're stuck with your iPhone 10. Sorry. We'll give you your 14 at some point, but we'll let you know when we're ready to do that. But thank you for buying it, though. Yeah, I don't know. That there's just some business practices that absolutely make no sense whatsoever. Oh, it's back again. Yeah, I think it's just the wind over these clouds. We're in a really weird area here. All right, everybody, get back to your seats. Not that there's like turbulence or whatever, but you just never know. It's better to be safe than sorry. But at least we haven't had to talk to somebody in quite some time, which is kind of weird. I would have thought we would have been talking to like Anchorage Center or somewhere. Yes, that too, Daniel. Yes. Sorry, you don't have enough space on your iPhone. You gotta make space, so what would you like to delete? Nothing. Well, then you can't do an update, but I need the update. Well, yeah, but, you know. I didn't notice that little storage space for the boom mic that's set up there. Huh. We got one there. Got one there. Oh, there's the one for the pilot. Does it crash for me on the Xbox? You mean, or on which sim are you talking about? Are you talking about Train Sim World 2 or 3, or are you talking about this one? I had one. It was off stream, maybe about a week or so ago. It did give me a CTD. That's the weird thing about the sim. Sometimes, and it's I've seen it similarly in the over on the forums there for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Some people are having a ton of problems, lots of CTDs, lots of all kinds of stuff, right? And other people are like, I don't have this, it's the so there is there's a couple of theories, right? One is, even though, so let's say, Amela, you and I go to a store and both of us buy an Xbox from Best Buy, right? We go to the Best Buy store, they have them in stock, and on the same day we both buy one, right? We're both at the checkout register at the same time, everything, right? When you get home and you fly in the sim, you may have a bunch of problems, but I may have no problems. And some people say that there are things in the Xbox itself when they constructed it that the quality may not have been as good as it could have been, right? So, like, some of your circuit boards or whatever may be not of the best quality, and somehow it got through quality control. So some people think that it's a hardware issue. The same thing, if you and I both have a PC with the same specs, I may have problems even on the PC side where you're like, I got the same spec as you and I don't have any issues. So there's something about the build of the heart. Some people think that that's the case, but that's the only other theory with a logical conclusion that may be why people are experiencing different 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 things in the sim. Some people have it runs smoothly, and other times it's just you just, and some see, the weird thing is, even so, going back, let's say both of us have no issues whatsoever, and then all of a sudden I do, and then they go away, then you do, and then they go away. So there's nothing at the same time, there's nothing logical about why any of this stuff happens. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. A lot of people are saying that in the, like when I had problems with the T45C, and I'd say, well, I'm one of those people, I can't fly it. It was, every time I loaded in the game would crash. And everybody's like, but I don't have that problem. And I'm like, well, I'm telling you I do. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but I'm telling you from experience, I have this problem. But that's the weird thing. You may have problems today, and then suddenly tomorrow you don't. Then I may get the problems. It's like, it's almost a way like a virus. It just goes around, and then it disappears, and then it comes back around again. It's very strange, and that's like the most frustrating thing. Whether you're on PC or Xbox, it seems that there's so many variables, and a lot of people would just immediately attribute, it's user error. Because most of the people in the flight sim community, a vast portion of them have been flight simming for quite some time. They've been doing this for decades, right? They've seen it when it was at its craziest looking polygon stuff, and up until now. So it's not like they're new to any of this. They know how to tweak their systems to get the best out of it. But yeah, there's just so many unknowns. That's the crazy thing. But yeah, I think what it was is I changed aircraft, and it's weird because I've done it before where I'll complete a flight, right, off stream, and then I'll be like, oh, I just want to test something out for tomorrow's stream. Let me hop in this other plane, and I go to do some stuff, and then the sim will crash. Oh, ad break. So yeah, I don't know what it is, why it does that. Um, yeah, there's just no like rhyme or reason for it, but it happens. That's the crazy part. But there's so many variables that it's hard to say what it is. So I know even when I do get a PC, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. I know the PC is going to have a whole other set of issues all on its own that I'm going to have to deal with. And I have to be prepared for that. You know, every time there's an update, you got to change this, you got to empty this folder and make a backup and, you know, all these other things. You know, it can be a very time consuming process, which does have an impact. If you're a streamer, it's almost like whenever there's a world update or a sim update, you gotta take time away from streaming to check everything that it all works again after you download the update. Otherwise, you may be like, oh, it'll be fine, and then bam, the game crashes or the sim crashes, or your stuff doesn't work. All your controls are suddenly, you gotta like put in your profile all over again. You know. So yeah, it is. It can be a very frustrating time. And even if you go back through, you know, the next day, there still may be something that you missed, and you don't know it until you try to fly. And there you go. So, yeah, it's a very strange situation. But I'm really keen on getting it on the PC. This because we're basically gonna start almost from scratch with our flying. We're gonna go back to flight school, and we're gonna take our time building the good habits, as I like to call them, and then why doesn't it bother you that people fly crash you are okay, I don't know. Ruffy's streaming, Arsha streaming, Allison streaming, Kurt Deasy streaming. Drop from space. Yes, it should carry over. But I'm talking about just basically flying, because everything that I've heard when people say that they've gotten a yoke and throttle, right? Whichever one they get, it's like a totally different experience from flying with just the standard controller. So that's why I'm like, we're gonna go back through the flight school again and basically learn how to handle the plane with the throttle and yoke and the rudder pedals too, and then we can go back to more flying, you know, doing everything else. But I have to unlearn all the stuff that I've been doing with the controller. So that's going to be the tricky part. Yeah. That's what I meant. But yes, the progress is going to be there. It should be the key word, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really, because there'll be more stuff available. We'll have like the 747, for instance, but I can go and probably get. People have created their own liveries for it, and so I'm sure there's somebody that has already done a Pan Am livery for it, or a TWA livery, for instance. Um, so I don't have to wait for like a livery pack to come out. I don't have to spend. And generally the livery packs for what you get, the prices aren't usually that bad. They're so like $5, and you get quite a few liveries up with that, you know. But sometimes the liveries have their own issues. They're not made very well. They're kind of, if you get closer, there's all kinds of discrepancies and stuff. It just doesn't. From a distance, it may look fine, but if you get closer, you're just kind of like, ugh, this looks like crap. So, yeah, but at least with the hopefully with the free stuff, we will have better quality and all that, or at least some decent quality that we can have finally a classic TWA livery, a classic Pan Am livery. We'll have the DC-6, the all kinds of stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that. So I don't. I'm not 100% certain that the Wasm fix is going to go very well when it gets released here in a couple of months. I think that fix is going to cause, and I hope I'm wrong. Let me say that first. I have, my gut tells me that the Wasm fix is going to break a whole bunch of other stuff, and so it's like, for that step forward, the Sim's going to take a step back on the Xbox, because they're going to have to go back and fix a bunch of other stuff that they weren't expecting to be broken. So I don't want, if I can avoid, my hope is before the Wasm fix gets released here, and I think it's like late March, mid to late March is the Sim update 12. I'm hoping to have a PC up and running before that. Hopefully, that's the plan. If not, then it's going to be a fingers crossed and damn the torpedoes full speed ahead on the Xbox side to see if it gets if it's not as bad as I think it will be when they release that update. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope it goes smoothly, but it seems, even though they do a lot of testing, there's still going to be stuff that's going to get missed, I think. And it's just going to, and how bad that miss is going to be is what is unknown. So, yeah, that's my only concern. Like I said, I could be wrong. I could be overthinking it or underthinking it, or any number of things. But we'll see. 20 more minutes. No, absolutely good. Allison is doing the 8th flight in the Lady Mary Heath series. Let me give a shout out to Allison. Just clear out all these Discord messages and whatnot. Luckily, I've muted my sound so I don't hear all the the little alert whenever somebody posts or whatever. Let's see. Yeah. Allison's absolutely amazing. She's been doing streams with female aviators. That's her theme. Is different eras of aviation. Very educational, very interesting stuff. Her and Captain Arash, of course, did the Amelia Earhart flight around the world. They did land at the island that they were supposed to land at when they suddenly disappeared and were never to be seen again. Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan. So, yeah, wonderful, wonderful person. Looking forward to hopefully meeting her at Flight Sim Expo later this year. So yeah, do go check her out. Give her a follow. Again, even if you don't fly, if you're just interested in learning about aviation, especially female aviators who obviously have never gotten the credit they deserve for many years. Yeah, do go check her out. She's always doing something interesting. Captain Arash is streaming today. Well, if you want to learn some aviation related stuff, navigating, celestial navigating, just different ways to be more immersive in your flying, that's your streamer right there. He's happy to help people learn. Very patient with folks who have questions that are trying to improve their flying skills, and especially the navigating part. He founded the Compass Club. He doesn't use GPS. He prefers to navigate either by he doesn't, so like if he's in his 172, he prefers the steam gauge. He turns off the little screen so he can't see the magenta line as to where he is. He wants to be able to get there the old-fashioned way. So yeah, we're looking to learn more. He does do stuff he hasn't done it in a while, but every once in a while he'll do a flight in the PMDG 737. He has been learning how to operate the A310 because at study level he likes that challenge. He missed it last year. His dad, who worked for Airbus, working on avionics related stuff, was there in the stream with Captain Arash when they did a flight in the A319, or the A310 I mean. So yeah, it was really awesome stuff. wonderful person to see in the chat with his son doing all that. So yeah, do go give him a follow if you don't already, or if you just want to learn more about flying and looking for ways to improve your stuff. That's check it out. All right, we're cruising right along here. We have 324 nautical miles to our next waypoint. Our next one beyond that, we will be roughly halfway to Japan, Tokyo. So we still got roughly, I think, about just under 6 hours left flying, I think. Don't quote me on that. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the flying today. No, this isn't, it's kind of boring because we're just like over the water right now. There's nothing really to see. A few cloud layers every once in a while. No land mass or anything to kind of give us an indication of roughly where we are over the North Pacific here. Scruffy is somewhere way down to the south of us, over there in Hawaii. Way on the other side of the horizon there. All right, just checking messages, clearing shenanigans out. Ooh, Hardy's talking about cheesecake. Uh-oh. Watch out. Watch out, Bella and Bex. Somebody's talking about cheesecake. Strawberry sauce. That does sound good, actually, right now. All right, I'm going to take another break here, folks. I'm going to leave us outside here. We cruise along. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oops. Hey, Vengeful Squid, how are you? Nice to see you here. I'm doing okay. Yeah, I just came back from a short break. Happy New Year's to you. Hopefully you're doing well. Yep, we are over the North Pacific. We're almost halfway to Japan. And yeah, just cruising right along here at 42,000 feet. Once we hit 49er November 70, we should be halfway to Japan. We're getting there. We took off, well, just over 3 hours, 3.5 hours ago or so. We still got lots of flying left to do. Another 2,000 nautical miles and some change left to fly. once we get to our halfway point. So we will we'll be there before we know it. Yeah, nice to see you. Oops, probably do an app break there. Wonder if Mick's been lurking. I've seen him in the chat today. If he is here at all. Hello, Mick, if you're here lurking. Oh, I see what Scruffy's doing. He's got these two lights behind him that if you type in you call it a color, the color of the lights will change. Interesting. But yeah, that's what we're up to today. We'll be back Monday, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC UK in the Junkers 52, continuing our journey across America. We'll put all that stuff together today once we wrap this whole thing up. So we get to Japan and park it and lock it up and throw away the key. So nobody can move the plane. Looks like the wind thing has kind of suddenly died down again. Signs. See how long it lasts this time. So yeah, that's what we're just doing the long haul today. Might be a pretty quiet chat overall. With the wingspan when you're in port, yeah. Yeah. I can't imagine what it's going to look like when we get the A380 eventually. So I think the wingspan on that is just a little bit longer, maybe. Check something. Almost forgot. There it is. Supposed to be here by today. I had a feeling this was what was going to happen. Nope, still moving. Oh! should be out for delivery. Nope, they missed it. Will not be here by today. Nope. It will not be here by today. When they do that. Let me scroll back up here. I think you can witness the wings. Yeah. Yeah, there is a bit of a flex. Um, it's kind of hard to see it from out here, but there are, when you start to descend or even when you take off, I think there is a bit more of the wing flex as you as the aircraft moves through the air, the warmer air it should be, essentially, in theory. But yeah, they have tried to make the wing flex a little bit more noticeable, I think. I know LVFR has been working on their the wing flex on their stuff. Ooh, I forgot my name. Let me do a quick ad break. You're better off not seeing it. Well, like it fascinates me, like the way that the wings act through the air. I think has always been one of those things that I always like to see, even though it can be because especially early on in aviation, the way that aircraft was constructed, it wasn't nearly as strong as they are now. But you start to see that wing flex, and you think any moment now it's just going to snap right off. But part of that is that it's part of that maintenance where they're supposed to check the integrity of the strength of the wings, and that they flex, but not to the point that they're going to snap in half. But there's always those chances that I don't think it's the wing design. I think it's more of a sudden wind shear that you can't really plan for, that's going to cause the wing to snap apart. But yeah, no, see, I couldn't imagine having that as part of the sim where you have a structural integrity failure and the plane just basically gets the I get it, but there's always that snap point that I'm sure energetically can't happen, but in your mind you're playing as the in-flight movie the whole flight. Yeah, we'll be back to it on Monday. I'm really enjoying it. Just trying to stay away from some of the major airports and just trying to find regional stuff that we can land and take off from that can handle the Junkers 52. That's been the challenge. But sometimes there's not much I can do other than land it, But we've made it all the way to the West Coast, and now we were in South Dakota last week, or earlier this week on Tuesday is where we stopped at. So now I just got to put from that airport where we headed to next, and then again on Wednesday what's the next destination. So I got some homework to do tonight to get it into the plan for the week, and then but that won't take very long to do. Yeah, we'll be back in there on Monday for sure. It's just that I hadn't streamed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This earlier this week I had appointments, and I didn't want to try to squeeze in streams. So I just decided not to do it, just so I can handle my appointments and not worry about time frames and anything else. So, but we're hopefully going to get back to a regular schedule here next week, and hopefully the schedule stays regular for some time. But I'm also getting a bit of apartment fever, so to speak. And not that I live in a cabin, but apartment fever. And I'm trying to think of if I could try to get out of town for like a day, just go somewhere for the day. Um, and maybe get on Greyhound and go somewhere for the day and come back the same day. So, thinking about that, possibly doing that. We'll see. But I know, like, right now the weather is not too bad, but I think the possibility of it getting bad again, or, start to really deteriorate, is we're now in that period of time between now and like late April. So we got like the next 4 months is questionable as far as weather goes, so I may have to wait. But if I can get out of town for a day, I might do that. It's lagging a little bit. Let me just refresh the stream. Nope. Alright. Let's see what stuff is up to. Ooh. Oh, they're by the observatory. We've been over there. Yeah. Nice. I do want to give it a shout out also to Gaharia. How cold did it get for you? For me, probably about, I think there was one day that it was like 9 or 10 degrees Fahrenheit. It was cold, but it didn't last for very long. I mean, we've had, let's see, Thursday. Oh, maybe it was Wednesday or Thursday, one of the days I had an appointment downtown. It was cold. I think it was Thursday. I could see my breath, but it didn't feel cold. That was the weird thing. And it wasn't like I was super, like really bundled up. I had a normal jacket on. I had my little beanie and all that, but it was cold. Like when I would breathe, I could see my breath, but feeling wise, it did not feel cold. That was the strange part. But now that we're into January, we may start to see like freezing or below freezing temperatures. It's probably going to start to get cold. But recently here, it's been in the 40s, almost 50s. And one day it was cold, but it was like a high. It was almost nearly 60. That was the weird part, but it was very humid because it had been raining. So we've been getting rain. There's still some small piles of snow in some of the parking lots, but on average, all the snow is gone already. The river downtown is pretty high. Like there's a yeah, that's farther north of me, Daniel. That's up by the Great Lakes area. So the Lakes region get it really bad. They get hit with the snow, they get hit with the cold. Like Rochester, Buffalo, places like that, they get hammered. with the winter. I've been where I'm at in New York. It's typically a lot more mild. So we're farther south and somewhat inland, so we don't have like that lake effect for the weather. Um, Even Syracuse, which is north of me, gets hit because there's a lakes region there. I think Ithaca gets hit, but they're up in higher altitude than me as well, so that has an effect as well. But what was I gonna say? Um, but yeah, the weather's we usually don't get hit too bad where I live. Only on a oh I know. So the river downtown is high. There's like a steps that goes down to like a concrete walkway from one side to the other, like you walk underneath a bridge. That is all underwater right now. That's the crazy part. So the water is pretty high already. So they have to keep an eye on that. If it gets any higher, then we have to worry about local flooding. But it's all like this nasty, dirty looking water. And it's not, that river's not very deep. When the water's down, you can actually, in many spots, you can see down to the bottom. It's not very deep at all. So, but yeah, it is much. There's more water right now than there was probably a week or two ago. But that's just because there is some runoff when the snow melts in some areas. It does get into that river and it flows down through Pennsylvania and all that. So, um, but yeah, no, we've been fortunate so far. Knock on wood. But I would like to get out of town for the day somewhere. I just don't know where yet. But I'm hoping I can do it before the weather gets bad, just for a day trip, just to get away from it. I don't know. If I could, maybe I'd go to the city, try to eat at all the delis before Amela gets there. Try to eat up half of New York before Amela gets it all. I don't know. Ooh, Scruff had a heck of a... Oh, wow. Scruffy just had a heck of a landing there. Ooh. Wow. But yeah, I was thinking about it this morning before I started the stream. I mean, I've been to the city, but it would just be for a quick day trip. It wouldn't be for anything in particular. Just to go and walk around, maybe take some pictures, but not drive. Oh, I hated driving around the city. Oh, it was terrible. I don't know how anybody does it, to be honest. I would lose my mind if I was driving around New York City. San Francisco's bad enough, but New York City is a whole nother beast. Yeah, I wouldn't drive there. I'd take a bus or something. And then walk around or take an Uber or something. But, oh, yeah. Couldn't do it. Because it's like in San Francisco, it's very similar in that wherever you go, if you're driving, you got to know where you can park at. You know, and that's the difficult part as well. Let's see where we got 109. So yeah, finding a reasonably priced parking garage, stuff like that. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. So yeah, if I'm going to do it, I'd just take Greyhound there and back. The only problem being that means I would have to probably wait at the Port Authority. You know, I would get there and then I'd have to wait there at the Port Authority building, which is not. It's just so. it's dodgy. You know, it's as dodgy, if not more dodgy, than the McDonald's that Addie's goes to. I don't think even Addie's would feel safe at that Port Authority. He likes going to dodgy places. I think this one would probably scare the crap out of him. Well, I think New York in general would probably scare the crap out of him. Mela would pick him up at the airport, drop him off at the Bronx, and that'd be the end of that. Yeah, it's that's the only thing I'm not too keen on, is that Port Authority building area. There is just, ugh. So I'd be like, if I was going to do that, I would have to wait. I would have to be near the Port Authority building, and then just go in there maybe like 45 minutes before my bus would leave. You know, so then I could probably do it, but I wouldn't want to wait in there for like hours on end, which I've done before, and I hated it. Oh, there's so many people that are just, they're begging for money, and or they see you walking around and they think you're lost, and if you say, yeah, I don't know where I'm supposed to be going, then they expect you to give them some money for their tourist information. So yeah, it's a bit all right, so we have this one, and then once, like I said before, once we hit 4-9 or November 7-0, we'll be halfway. Should be. Hopefully you'll be at the halfway. So we're almost on the downside of this flight. Doing pretty good, it feels like. Knock on wood. But yeah, I would like to. I wouldn't mind if I could, and I don't know. Again, it would be up to the weather, whether I could do it or not. The weather. I would like to go back to the aircraft carrier museum there in New York City. They do have a Concorde there, and it's, I think it's inside like maybe Bella would know for sure. Bella, if you're in the chat, the aircraft carrier museum in there in New York City, does the Concorde, is it like in a, this morning I bought myself a small chocolate birthday. Oh, there you go. Nothing wrong with that. Well, happy belated birthday again, Daniel. Sorry I didn't notice that it was your birthday earlier this week, but what a way to celebrate the new year, huh? You get a birthday and it's New Year's. The ball dropped for you this year. There you go. Okay. Oh, now, and it's chocolate too. Oh, watch out, Daniel. Bex might try to hunt you down and nick it from you. I think that the Concorde is in like an enclosed space, but I might be wrong. Maybe it's not. I know I've seen it from the air, but yeah, I would like to go visit that again. And because the one time I did go there, I was in the city for something else, and it just so happened that I had the time, but I didn't really get a chance to. Yeah, you said the big word chocolate. Bex's radar went off like somebody said chocolate somewhere. What? Where? Where's the chocolate at? I don't see any chocolate. Who's telling stories? So yeah, I would like to do that, but if not, I would certainly like just to get around the city for just a short while. I know it's going to be weather dependent. we'll see. But I am, for those, so I am planning on moving out of New York eventually at some point. I don't know when it will be. So there's stuff I would like to see before I leave, because I don't expect to come back here ever again, to be honest. Oh, Amilla, the aircraft carrier museum there in the city. I know it has uh, uh, there's a Concorde, but is it in a like an enclosed space, like a they built something over it, like a some kind of a cover, or like it's almost like it's indoors or something, or am I thinking of something else? 'Cause I know it's not on the aircraft carrier itself. There's like a space towards the backside of the of the. Well, it doesn't surprise me. I know. I know it's like behind and to the right of the aircraft carrier if you're going through like the entrance or whatever. The sorting out the pre-breakfast. No, it's the pre-lunch. It's the post-breakfast pre-lunch. Uh, the aircraft carrier museum in New York City. I know they have a Concorde. The Concorde supersonic plane is on display near the aircraft carrier, but I couldn't remember if it's all outside or if it's they put something over it to put it almost like it's indoors now to try to preserve it from the elements. I couldn't remember if that's the case or not. That's what I was asking. If you know if it is like inside of a uh, enclosure of some kind. Well, there is a big ship with a. Yeah, there. That's what I'm talking about. The the aircraft carrier museum. I can't remember the name of it, but they do have a bunch of planes on the carrier deck on display. But I know they have a Concorde next to the aircraft carrier. Like it's got its own little space right next to it. Hit the. It is the Intrepid. Ooh, Surface, Water, and Ocean Topography Mission, the SWAT mission. I guess that's part of their display. They have a space shuttle there. Where is the? Oh, they even have a display for women astronauts of the shuttle era. That's pretty cool. Where's like the? On display. Okay, that might be the shuttle that's towards the back there. There's a, it's like a. submarines next door. Oh, okay. No, it's outside. Never mind. I thought that yeah, it's by Pier 86. I thought it was inside, but I was thinking about the shuttle. Uh, I I don't know, Amela. I don't know that there's not. I would come back for a visit, possibly, but it wouldn't be. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, I don't know. Part of me would say I would stay as far away as possible, but I don't know. I guess it would depend on, you know, time of year. I think like spring or fall is like a fantastic time to come visit, especially if you go like up by Watkins Glen in the fall, because you get all the leaves change color. And I think that's the more amazing thing that I would like to come back and see, But just like my folks are going to Indianapolis for the last time, essentially. My mom, they were talking about doing one more big trip somewhere, and so my mom basically told my stepdad, no, I don't know Abella well enough to avoid Abella. It's not like that. But they're doing like, they got like this big package where the only thing that they had to pay for was the airfare, the hotel, the tickets, travel to and from the airport and to and from the track is all included, and they got like a suite there at the track. It's on the start finish line, and it's so they'll be inside, and it's it's going to be air conditioned, but they can go outside. Like there's a little deck sort of thing that they can sit outside if they want, but they can go back inside in the air conditioning. So it would be, there's parts of New York I really love, like the like Watkins Glen, the gorge up there is absolutely amazing, but that is a hard walk. You have to, if you're going to do it, either way, you're going to have to end up walking uphill part of it. And it's a doozy of a walk, but I like that region. Yeah. But I mean, I would like, if there was something big happening like in New York City, not like going to their Times Square for like New Year's Eve, or that's just too many people. What if it was something big was happening at the Intrepid, and it's like, yeah, I can make the trip, kind of thing? I would definitely do it. But it's kind of like, I don't know. Oh boy, we have a weird turn there. As we get ready to, we're turning to the right. It says we're turning left. We're supposed to turn. Okay, I see. Oh, look at that bank. Oh, the G-forces. Oh my goodness. Passed out. But yeah, otherwise there wouldn't be any reason really for me to come back. I don't have family here, whereas going to California for obvious reasons, I have family there. But if not, I don't know that I could even set foot in California, to be honest. But yeah, basically my mom said if we're gonna do one more trip, she wanted one more big trip. She wanted to do Indy properly and get the nice hotel, and then they're in that little suite there at the track that all your food is right there. It's like buffet style. Bathrooms are right there. You don't have to wait in line for anything, so she said that's, if we're going to do it, that's what she wanted to do. And so they've already got everything lined up for it. My mom's excited. she can't wait for the trip, but she said this will be the last time that they'll go. So, which is unfortunate because I'd hoped when my folks had retired that they would have traveled more. You know, that was what I expected them to do, but of course they didn't. They didn't live up to my expectations. I'm kidding, of course, but yeah, it's yeah. All right, quick ad break. I think about, as I'm getting older, and the things that I want to do. Eventually, I still want to go to Pebble Beach for the Concours d'Elegance. That's on my to-do list since I've been to Amelia Island several times. Well, not several, but 3 or 4 times. So I would like to do Pebble Beach one day. That's on my list of things to do. I would like to get back to the town where I was stationed at in Germany. I know, and we've talked about it, we've flown over there. It has changed dramatically over the years. So, yeah, there's still there's lots of stuff that I'd like to see. But now, especially with digital photography, I'd like to just go and take a boatload of pictures and then, you know, have enough memories of those trips. But yeah, see, I don't. This isn't home for me, so I don't. Yeah, I probably would not come back. Unless, if it was a big event or somebody invited me, like, hey, I've got this big birthday bash, or, getting married, or having kids, or, whatever. If they wanted me to come back for that, I would certainly, if I could, I will. But otherwise, I don't know. It's just, yeah. But see, part of me too would be amazing, but it also would mean that I wouldn't be flight sim streaming anymore, possibly. I mean, there's ways to do it, but I don't know, but like part of me would like to just get an RV and not settle down really anywhere and just travel, visit different states and visit, see different things, and camp in different camping areas where it's nice and scenic and all that. But I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of driving as well. This thing has been stuttering a little bit here and there. It's like it gets stuck. Now, see like that. This doesn't give me a warm fuzzy. I better stop screwing around outside. All right, so 349 nautical miles to that waypoint there at the top, 49 November, 49er November 70. That should be roughly our halfway point, or sometime after that, and we're heading to 4 to 5 Echo 60. That somewhere around there should be our halfway point for the flight today. So we're getting there, folks. And then so Adgore is roughly our last time at 42,000 feet. Where's our next page? Right there it is. So then we have our Pollux, or Pollux is our begin to reduce our altitude there. It says 15,000 feet, but I think if we're like at about 18, I think we'll be fine. But my concern is, I think once we get closer, let's just see this. Let's go to, see, now it says, okay. So once we get closer, we'll start our reductions in altitude, and we'll get our start to slow down and everything. But we'll start doing it in small steps until we get to about 18,000 feet. So we'll go down to 40, then 38, 36, 30, 28, 22. 26, 22, 20, 18. So we'll just do short little reductions. So but we'll probably live at about 36,000 feet for some time. But we're gonna have to space it out. We'll do it in steps. Ready to land there. So 640 nautical miles, that is that's way, way out there, looking way ahead. So that's what we're in. Route 2, that's where we just passed over. Yeah, that's what we got coming up. Still lots of flying. We still have about 4.5, maybe 5 hours, about 5 hours left. We're getting. So we've been chasing the sun, kind of. The sun's still working on dipping below the horizon. We've been trying to keep up with it a little bit. But we should get into Tokyo. By this flight plan, we should be getting into Tokyo late afternoon, early evening. So it should be some nice scenery, some nice sunset flying there towards the end, I think. If the sun's not already below the horizon by the time we get ready to land there in Tokyo. So yeah, should be good flight rest of the way. Unfortunately no nearby airports to take off from. I don't think you're gonna fly along with me. There's nowhere to take off from to get here. We haven't talked anybody. Are we waiting on? Nope. Right. Last person we talked to was we left San Francisco, Eric. I guess the center there. Talked to Oakland, and yeah, we've been out over the Pacific for quite some time. Nobody's been talking to us. Not on anybody's radar, I guess. We could hit the water and nobody would know we were gone. It's terrible. All right, big cloud cover coming up here, which probably means we're due for another wind shenanigans. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I just had a little snack there just to keep the brain cells going. All right, 278. Excuse me. Well, I do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. If you've been popping in and out, no worries. See if the wind starts acting up again here. Some really high cloud cover here over the North Pacific. So eventually we will do a flight, and that's about a 4-hour-ish flight in the Concorde going from JFK to Heathrow. I just gotta put the time in to try it, start to finish, and see how I get along with it. Scruffy's still going. Captain Arish and Allison are still going. I don't know how much longer Scruffy's going to be flying. I think he's wrapping up the Hawaii tour today. Tomorrow, I think he's doing a flight over in Australia. But that's like Sunday evening when most folks on the other side of the pond are in bed, sound asleep. Stuff. So if you've been here lurking all along, thank you. Nice to see you all here. We're almost halfway to Russia. I don't know. I had not heard about that, so I couldn't say. It's possible. I don't know. I don't know. That's a new one on me. I've not heard that story before. I mean, I guess anything's possible. But yeah, I don't know. So they could even say, well, it's a UFO. It's a Ukrainian flying object, you know. So yeah, I don't know. There's no telling. Oh, see, now that, yeah. Well, I hope they did not shoot down a passenger jet, because if that's the case, they are going to get, there'll be all kinds of stuff said at the UN and all that. You know, I hope that's not the case. I hope it is just a lot of false rumors and, you know, tabloid stuff, but they definitely don't need that on their table, on their plate, that they've shot down a passenger jet that was not a threat to anybody. I hope that is not the case. I hope it's just a bunch of falsehoods that turns out nothing happened. There's no telling. I'm just saying there's pattern, but UFO in the true format. First, shoot first and pick up the pieces if we can. Yeah, but that's I think that may have worked a long time ago, but now with things going on between them and the Ukraine, and I'm trying not to get too political, but uh, if you shoot at something that was not a threat, yeah, you may perceive it as such, but if they didn't make any threatening sort of indications, then yeah, you're going to get blasted by the international world for doing something like that. I mean, their name's already mud to begin with. They don't need to be any worse than it is. You know. But yeah, I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff because it's generally somebody is saying stuff like there was somebody the other day that had on YouTube that had taken over, like it said the Buffalo Bills announced that one player had died, and then everybody else was saying no, he's alive, and it's so why did somebody take over a stream that said the Buffalo Bills or create a stream that says and it shows like the inside of the Buffalo Bills, like their press conference room, so it looked legit, right? That they were announcing that this player had died, when in fact he had not. So I'm very skeptical about a lot of that stuff because sometimes people will say those things, and then people get in a rush of emotions, will start saying all kinds of stuff, and then when it turns out that it was all a bunch of nonsense, none of those people who started telling these stories ever come back and say, oh, it was just we were, just having a go, so yeah, I try not to get involved or discuss stuff like that because it can get very political, and the outcome is unfortunately that people could end up losing their lives over stuff like that. I don't recall that. I wasn't paying attention to it, to be honest. Yeah, if I'm going to be quite honest, I wasn't really um, paying attention. Like I know that there was like flight restrictions, but because it's not an area, like if it was somewhere that I was going to be traveling to for business or something, I would probably pay more attention to it. But yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. All right, 200 nautical miles to that point there. Just cruising right along here. Because I do feel like a lot of times when stuff like that like airspace gets locked down, right? It's just the slightest thing could be used as a provocation to advance, uh, um, you know, uh, advance narratives and agendas that could cost people their lives, and you know, having been to war myself, I try to avoid that because there's enough strife and suffering in the world. I don't want to be any part of adding to it. Just a second. I want to hit the add button, and then I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back, folks. All right, I'm back. Let's see where we're at now. 66. So we will be on the downside of the flight here pretty soon, and we'll start making our descents, our initial descents into Tokyo. Not right away, but eventually. Get a little bit closer and start dropping altitude a little bit at a time. Before we know it, we'll be on the ground. Yeah, I think this one's going a lot better than before. I was not very, if I'm going to be honest, I don't feel like I was very well prepared when I did my first long haul flights. I was not. I don't think I was mentally prepared. 3422. Oh, wow, that is a huge chunk. From 49er November 70 to 45 Echo 60 is 1,243 nautical miles. Woo! That is a big chunk right there. Wow. So we still got lots to do. But yeah, I was not, I think mentally and mentally I wasn't prepared for it, but I think this is going a lot better than it did before. But yeah, we got a big chunk coming up there. That is, ooh, that's massive. Wait, did I do that right? Let me make sure. Hold on a second. 3422. Let me double check that. 22 minus 217. Yep, 1,243 nautical miles. Wow. That's a huge jump there. That's so far out that we won't even see that on there. If I go all the way to 640, we will not see that marker. So, or that nav point there. And we still got quite a bit of flying left to do. Be here until we touch down there in Tokyo Haneda. I gotta get that first picture downloaded, so we'll get one once we pull up to our gate there in Tokyo. I'm just gonna, well, let's see, it's almost lunchtime here. About 10 minutes till. Oh, no, I think I'm gonna snack on some more of my beef jerky here. All right, I'm back. I was just sitting here thinking, or eating this beef jerky, and um, it was one of those. So when you go to the field in the military, I don't know if it's the same for every branch, but for those that do go to the field, I should say. So things like um, granola bars and beef jerky, stuff like that, was what we call pogey bait. I don't know where the word came from, but basically what it was is that anything that you brought to the field, food wise, because there'd be times where you were hungry, but you weren't keen on waiting in line at the mobile kitchen to get a hot meal, or you didn't want to eat an MRE for lunch, even though it may not have looked good, and taste was something that you kind of worked out on your own. You either added hot sauce or something like that, because you get a little packet of salt, not necessarily pepper, but there would be salt, and eventually there'd be little bottles of hot sauce, the Tabasco hot sauce. And either you would get the red hot sauce or the green hot sauce. So at least you could kind of flavor your meals up a little bit. But so you always try to have pogey bait handy, so that if you were hungry but you didn't want to eat an MRE or something, at least you could have something that would kind of sustain you until you could get something more to eat, or you were just kind of snacking just to keep your energy up, kind of thing. So yeah, we'd always, like when I was in Germany, when I was working in a staff position, or I would sometimes drive the battalion S3 officer, who was a major, on post, because we every so often, every other day or two, we would make a shower run, and so I would drive him on post, and then we would go to the little convenience store across the street from where we would go to take showers, and grab some snacks, pogey bait, refill, get more beef jerky, or if somebody else couldn't go but needed something, or wanted something, they'd give you some money and say, hey, can you get me some smokes or some Pop-Tarts or whatever. So we'd make a run for other folks as well if they couldn't go, or if they had gone and they just didn't get a chance to get over there to get some stuff. So, but beef jerky was that. Sunflower seeds was another one. The tins of the long cans of Pringles, stuff like that. Yeah, but beef jerky and Pop-Tarts, sunflower seeds, stuff like that were the main things. Because generally what we would do is we'd have a hot meal for breakfast, MRE for lunch, and a hot meal for dinner, and then on the last, I think it was like the last Sunday in the field, we would have steak for dinner, and the senior leaders would serve the junior enlisted dinner. So you get steak, baked potato, vegetables, either a cookie, some cookies, or some kind of a small cake for dessert. And they would have either some kind of a juice or little milk cartons for something to drink. I don't think they had soda, which was kind of odd. Maybe they did. I don't remember. I don't think so. It's basically like a fruit juice, or like a fruit punch, or grape juice of some kind. Maybe some tea, some like you know, iced tea kind of thing, or you had water. Yeah, they always made a big deal out of the Sunday, last Sunday in the field. The senior command would serve dinner, the junior enlisted. It was like one of those traditional things. I remember the first time it happened, I was like, "Wait, what? What is this?" Pokey Bates. Well, I think the other thing too was like the peanut butter and crackers, or the cheese and crackers, stuff like that was whatever you could throw like in a little backpack. As a your backup bag that just had stuff like stuff like that in it. Oh, no, I just did a. That's right. So we got a few more minutes before the next ad break. We're in that weird wind pattern again. It's causing some fluctuations with the airspeed, it looks like. Yeah, look at that. Our wind is kind of sporadic there. Every time we've gone over a cloud cover like this, there's been some weird wet wind patterns there. But I would have thought that at this altitude, the wind would be fairly calm. You know. Oh, Scruffy has raided Allison. Ooh, wow. I think they're in the Tiger Moth? I think that's what that is. Duxford Aviation Society. She's doing a fundraiser. Duxford Aviation Society. Cool stuff. Duxford, I think if Vic was in the chat, Duxford I think is where his favorite B-17 is located. Is that Duxford? If I remember. I'd like to go over one day and see that in person. Oh, what now? Oh. This person says all right. Yeah, so I've been asked if I want to participate in a raid today on that game, as Isabella likes to call it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it by 3 Eastern. When he's at 3 o'clock, and I'm like, yeah. Unless something amazing happens, I don't expect to be on the ground by that time. All right, let's see our next one pop up. So once we get to this next one, oof, that is just brutal looking at that number. All right, so hold on a second. Let's let this turn, and then we'll have a look even further closer to our. I'm just kind of doing the math in my head. This is going to be our big chunk here, our last big push, I think. And then from there, the rest of it is going to be smaller chunks. I think there may be one more But kind of looking at the numbers, so we have uh, so between these two, that's only a couple hundred nautical miles. Same there. And then between Adgore and Pollux is like 500 something nautical miles, it looks like, roughly, give or take. So, um, yeah, I think the rest of them start to bunch back up together, but we can't even look out that far. It looks like the wind's kind of may have found some cleaner, bit of clean air, even though we've been facing a headwind the entire time. So. No. I just hit the ad button by accident. Oh well. Quick ad, folks. Some ads here. Oh, Kevin Arash has a celestial navigator with him. And he's in the... What is he in? In the DC-3? No, he's in the DC-6. Look at that. It's like a DC-6. Check out Captain Orange. DC-6. That's what it looks like. Going over the North Pole. Fantastic. All right, let's see here. A few more snaps here. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back, folks. All right, I have returned. Had to stretch my legs a little bit, keep the blood flowing. Oh, hey! Hello, Scruffy. How are you? I was in and out of your stream. Of course, you know that. Yeah, it was. I caught a couple of your landings, if you want to call them that. But yeah, it was good stuff. Really nice scenery. The earlier part where you were like in a canyon or something. Ooh, well, I tell you, if I wasn't here, I would have been screaming past in the F-14 in that little area there. That was nice. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, we are on the halfway mark, or just over halfway there. We have this huge chunk. It was 1,200 some odd nautical miles to this next waypoint. And then from there, there's the beginning of our arrival portion of our flight. The Pollux is the beginning of our arrival. Oh. Yeah, see, you were looking at me, I was looking at you, so... I kind of figured that was the case. It's all good. Yeah, happy to see you here. Yeah, nice flying over Hawaii there. That was fantastic. I did catch the part about you up by the radio tower there, the observatory and all. That was pretty neat. And I think you landed in a volcano crater, it looked like. Well, that was some pretty rough landing there, because I'm sure it's not like the smoothest thing to land on there. Yeah, that was fantastic. That's what I thought, because I was like, well, it looks like that's what it is. I don't recall seeing something like that, a runway somewhere, but yeah, that was cool stuff. I saw some of Oshev's photos that he had posted. Yeah, good stuff. So yeah, we are roughly halfway to Tokyo now. Just getting closer minute by minute, hour by hour. And so yeah, here we are. So it should be about late afternoon, early evening when we touch down there in Tokyo, Haneda. Yeah, just trying to... well, part of it is, I'll be honest, I was quite inspired by the 22 hours that you had done with a cannonball run in one sitting. That was... Boy, I tell you, I don't know. I couldn't have done it. I probably would have did at least 18 hours or something and then called it, but and then picked up the rest of it the next day. But I've done a couple of these before you and I got to know each other, and I did one where it was New Year's Eve. We did a flight from Heathrow to JFK in the 747. Then I did another one from JFK to Frankfurt in the 747. That was the longest one at the time. That was a lot of flying, and that took a lot out of me. So I've been kind of itching to do another one. That this time I think I planned it a little bit better, because the one I did from JFK to Frankfurt, by the time we landed in Frankfurt, I was wiped out. I didn't really take care of myself the entire flight. I mean, I took breaks, but I wasn't eating very healthy and all that, and keeping myself hydrated and everything. So I didn't. It was very rough. By the time I landed, I was just like, I just wanted to curl up in a ball and go to sleep. Kind of like what you did when you finally landed there at LAX 22 hours later. Um, but yeah, I just thought this would be something fun to do. Nobody flies the 747 nonstop to Tokyo anymore, even though they used to. I had to figure out. I kind of did some research. Somebody had written about their experience flying out of San Francisco to Tokyo on the 747-400, and this was only 9 years ago. So I was able to kind of determine what gate they departed from, even though the airport has changed over those 9 years. And so each terminal has its own letter assignment. So I had to kind of figure out where they departed from and all that, so I could get a kind of be close to it as possible. So hold on, let me just answer this message because somebody messaged me back to say. Um, so yeah, it's something. Yeah, that's one of the things I am trying to do. Like, it's easy to just hop in a plane and like push back from the gate and be on your way. But I try to find stuff that the routes are, like if I have the livery for a particular airline, I like to use that. Then I can find the flight number, as well, because I use FlightAware for all that stuff. And so I can put in so like say from Tokyo or from San Francisco to Tokyo, it'll say these are the airlines that fly. It'll tell you what aircraft they flew on that route, and then it'll tell you the departure gate and their arrival gate, and then they'll so I try to like fit it in with that if I can. So try to make it seem realistic. So yeah, I do try to do that. But it's much harder too when some airlines, like the TWA thing, they did fly in and out of John Wayne Airport there in Southern California, but they may have not flown that little A318. you know yeah, it's just like Frontier was the main user of the A318. But anyway, so yeah, I try to find all that stuff to make it as realistic as possible, when I can. Get the flight, at least a flight number. This flight number is actually from the Japan Airlines. It's their flight number. I don't think United has they don't go non-stop in the 747 all the way to Tokyo. So yeah, I do try to add a little bit of, I do my homework, so to speak. My buddy asked me if I could be on standby in case they need somebody else for the raid there on Division 2. They're trying to teach some new folks that have never done the raid before how to do it. Try to get through it as much as possible. He was messaging me, asked me, and I was like, well, virtually I'm over the North Pacific right now, so I don't know what to tell you. It's the Dark Hours raid. It's the first one at the airport. Uh, I've gotten through it. I think I've done it 5 times now. Had 5 completions, I think. But there's a lot of people who either are new or they left the game for a while and now they're coming back and they want to they're trying to learn how to do it. But part of it is getting them sorted with like the right gear and everything. That's part of it. But yeah. So I'm by no means any expert, but if I can go in and at least play a role and help them get through it, then that's what I'll do if I can. I said, well, just hit me up and I'll let you know where I'm at still in the flight. So they want to get started about 3, and we still got lots of flying left. We haven't even hit under 1,000 nautical miles yet left on this leg. So I said I'm not. It's called the Division 2. So it's like the sequel to the one that came out. That it started in New York. This virus was spread like during Christmas, and basically everything kind of fell apart. And so, like New York, for instance, was broken up into sections, and there was like these different factions that controlled different parts of it. And then in the second one, you go to Washington D.C., and it's very similar. You have different factions that control parts of the map. And then you have this new group that came in that is weapons and tech-wise, they're much more superior. Yeah, the sequel to the Division 1. Yep. So I'm in a clan for Div 2, and we got a bunch of new people in that have never done the raid that they want to do it. But the last time that somebody ran a learning run, they didn't fare so well, and they I guess there was some sour words were exchanged and all that. But so yeah, I'm the clutch guy, so to speak. So. But yeah, if I can help them get through it, that's exactly what we'll do. We'll see. But it's interesting, but it's very, very grindy. And if you played Division, the first one, it's grindy, but this one is even more so. They've been tinkering with the gear sets and adding new gear sets and all kinds of stuff. So. Yeah, we're going to try to get that. If I can wrap up the flight at a reasonable time and they need my help, then that's what I'm going to try to help them out with. And see if we can get through all the way to the end. We'll see. I was a lieutenant in the clan, but I relinquished my role because it was just like the clan leader. I wouldn't say there's expectations, but there isn't. It's kind of weird, and I'm just like, yeah, I just want to come on and play whenever. I don't want to be bothered with all this other, it's a game. It's supposed to be fun. I don't want to be stuck in Zoom meetings and all kinds of other stuff. And, so that's just I'm just here to play. If you need my help, ask. If not, I just want to do my thing. So, yeah, I think they're trying to get get a bunch of folks through the thing tonight. I have thought about streaming it. Yes, but that's the problem. Oh my goodness, some people take that whole clan leadership. Oh, I'm a lieutenant. Like, dude, it's just a game. You're nothing. It's not that serious. Come on now. We're not in the military organization like like real life sort of thing. You don't need to talk to me like I'm an idiot. You know. So, but some people take that. Oh, they take it to a whole nother level. I know some clans they have like requirements. Sucks. Yeah. Well, see that I don't mind because we would have a laugh. I have no doubt that it would be fun, to have a Zoom call with you, Scruff. But there's just some people that they got now they got a Discord, and I'm like, I already belong to a boatload of Discords. I don't need to belong to another one. I have a hard enough time keeping up with the ones I follow anyway. And they've got a page on the Xbox. Like you can make like a clan page outside the game. There's all this stuff. I'm just like, this is overload. It's just, oh yeah. So I'm just like, nope, I don't want any part of that. Yeah, I can't. It's like I follow so many as it is. I have to like find a way to scroll down to get to like Captain Arish's channel at the very bottom. So yeah, I just yeah, it's crazy, but I'm like, yeah, I don't want any part of it. I just want to show up, play the game whenever. I'm not that. Some people they grind on it so much because I got to get to this point. It's like, what's the purpose? There is no purpose. It's just a goal I have, and I'm like, okay, cool. Just ask me. Hey, if you want to get to watch level 10,000, does it change anything? Well, no, not really. I mean, what's the point? What do you get out of that? So yeah, they pour all this time in, and then they're just like, well, nothing's changed in the game really. I thought they got you. They bamboozled you. They made you think that if you do all this stuff and spend all this time, that suddenly you're going to be able to walk around Washington D.C. Untouchable. You were just gonna lay waste to everything. Nope. 91. Oh my goodness. I couldn't do it. No, that is way too many. Way too many. It's weird. At the very top is Angry's, and at the very bottom is Captain Arish's, and they got everybody in between. And so, like, if 4 or 5 different ones post, it's like I got to go to each one and acknowledge that somebody posted something. I don't have enough time of the day to do all that. Oh, I did not know that. Well, like some of them aren't as active as others. I should probably arrange them according to how active they are. But or which ones I spend the most time in. Like I spend a lot of time in yours, sometimes in Captain Arish's, then my own. But yeah, I don't really spend. Like I used to post sometimes over in Two Tones. But that was when I had initial stuff with FS Hub. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I may need to do that. I'll have to do that. So I need to be on my larger computer, my bigger desktop Macintosh. I can do well there. It's like I got a larger screen. Everything's on my little 13-inch laptop next to me, my MacBook Pro. So it's like the screen. I run out of space very quickly, you know. But I could probably rearrange it eventually. But I there's some creative stuff that I'm trying to figure out what to do about it. Some ideas that I was thinking about the other day when I was coming back from an appointment downtown. That some stuff that I'd like to do for some fun and share with everybody. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah. But yeah, I used to play that game quite a bit, and then I don't play it as much as I used to. I'll go through periods where I'll binge play it, but then other times I'm just kind of like, I'm not really that, I don't feel like spending any time on there today or tomorrow or whatever. I just don't. I go on there a little bit, but not like the way some people do. Oof, yeah, it is. In fact, while we're sitting here, let me just rearrange mine. Top. That one here. But that one there. Go down here. There. There. All right, now I think I got it all set. There we go, much better. There we go. Now I got it all. There we go. Perfect. All right. I like it. Ta-da. Thank you. I did not realize that. Now I know. The knowing's half the battle. G.I. Joe. All right, so we're coming up on 6 hours of streaming. We still have about 4 hours left, I think, or 4 hours of so we're about 4:30. But I don't think we're getting there quite at. It's said 9 hours and 35 minutes of flying, which would mean about 7, 12, 17, 18, 17, 16. So, yeah, I don't think we're getting there 16:30 my time. Or whatever. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's happening, but we'll see. We just hit it. Oh, we're still 1,004 nautical miles. Once we get there, then everything else should be kind of bunched up, but we'll see. Yeah, we've still got quite a bit of flying left to do. I think this will be the last large chunk of the flight. And then we'll... This is going to be the this is going to be the hard one right here that we're on right now. So even if, like I said before, if I zoom all the way out, yeah, no, I don't even see that nav point there. So we've still got a lot to go. Has an important meeting. He's going to be upset. Well. Uh-oh. Oh, Internet connection lost. What? No. Oh, these servers, I tell you. Oh, boy. Why? I don't get it. Yeah, that doesn't give me a warm fuzzy. Online services are unreachable. Please check your internet connection. I have an internet connection. I'm looking at my router right now. Well, there we go. Successfully connected. Yeah, that does not give me a warm fuzzy when I see stuff like that. I think any moment now we're going to get an oopsie. And then I will have time to be in the raid. not by design. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, on that note, yeah, I hope not. That was my worry when I was thinking about this last night before I went to bed. I was like, I hope I don't make it like, oh, it would be even worse just as I'm getting ready to land. That's when it happens, and I just lose all those hours. It would just be like gone. And I couldn't even put it in on the FS Hub, because I didn't land. I can't technically put it in. Now, if I touch down and then the game crashes, I'll be like, hey, I completed it. I don't care. But if I haven't landed, then I can't put it in. I would be so furious, though. This is a lot of hours, a lot of miles. So, let me just take a quick break. I'll be right back, folks. All right, fair enough, Scruff. Thank you for lurking. Hopefully your honeydew errands don't take as long as you think they will. Ah, Joseph's done with the farm. All right. Be honest, Joseph. How bad did you trash Glenn's farm? You spent what, 3 hours, 4 hours on his farm? You must have done some damage. I'm kidding, of course. Now, did you stream that? I didn't know if you were streaming. It looks clean and tidy, We may have to question Glenn about that, don't we? Have to verify your story, your claim there, Joseph. What do you mean, what about my farm? I haven't been on my farm. My farm is a test farm. It is the test farm for Mick's farm. That's whenever if Mick is if we're talking about doing something on his farm, I try it out on my farm so I know what we're doing. My farm is not for anything other than that. Now, what I was asking you is, I said, did you stream the farm when you were on Glenn's farm? Or did you not? Did you just go on there just to get some stuff done? That's what I was asking. Oh, I meant Joseph Farm, but you should. Oh, I have my farm, but I only created it um, for testing for mixed farm, so that way so like the trees and other things that we had talked about doing eventually on his farm. The only thing that I don't have is the animals, which I'm not that keen on that. There are people who they look them. Ah, see, okay, yeah, mine's not perfect. I just but it's just mainly for testing things out, or like if something a new piece is released that I think would help us out, I can tell Mick about it and say, hey, when you get a chance, check this thing out. And I think it'd be a good addition to the farm. But no, I don't. I thought about it, but it's a lot of work for one person, although I don't mind it, But at the same time, then people were like, well, can I join? And I'm not keen on starting a multiplayer farm. Oh, I think they were still having problems, Bex, with the Glenn has a hard time joining Joseph's, but Joseph can join Glenn's. I think it's because Glenn's on the PS5, I think it's because it's like a step down for him. Whereas Addie's can do it, it's like an easier transition, I think. Any crip? Yeah, I think it's just a problem with the multiplayer. If Joseph had his own farm server, like if he, I think then he could probably get away with it. But yeah, it's a very weird. The multiplayer for that game is very sporadic. Sometimes it works. Like the last time I joined Mick on his, I got on his farm very quickly. Well, other times it's like it takes me several tries to find his farm, to get on the farm, and all that. So I think a lot of the serious farm sim streamers who have a multiplayer, they rent out a server space and create and use that for their own farm server. And then they can have, it's much more stable. But that costs money, of course. And, it sounds good at first, but then when you actually think about it, it's just like, it's a lot of work and a lot of money and all that. I mean, I guess if you have a group of people that are interested in farming together and streaming it, then it's not so bad. But otherwise, it's just like it's an unnecessary expenditure, So, but yeah, they really need to invest in some new servers. Ah, here we go again. Internet connection lost. No. It's still flying. The internet's still flying. Still streaming, so it can't be that. So I think it's a. But that's as near as we could figure it is. It's an issue with Glenn joining Addie's farm because he's on a much slower machine. And now that's just a theory, but it could be wrong. But like Gur0033, thank you for the follow. I just noticed that. Sorry, appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome to the Uncle B Sim channel. I'm your host and pilot, Uncle B. We are over the North Pacific. We are heading for Japan. We are about halfway there, just over halfway there. We are 911. Ooh, look at that. We are Porsche 911 away from our next nav point there, far in the distance. Polix is our arrival portion of our flight. So we have lots of flying left to do, but we are making our way. We're halfway there, so we are on the downside of this flight, so to speak, although we haven't started to descend just yet. So yeah, I know Mick reviewed all the settings with Joseph. I think Joseph showed him what he had turned all the whatever he needed to enable for the multiplayer farm, but still was not able to figure out why Glenn was having the issues. So it's got to be something. Must be that dodgy McDonald's Wi-Fi. I mean, what do you expect? It's free. Although Mick's been probably paying out the nose for his Wi-Fi, and it's not any better. That's the sad part. He could probably run a router from McDonald's and have better internet. Oh boy. Yeah, I was just thinking about when I was in Afghanistan. You can get Wi-Fi, right, or you can get internet access on your for yourself. And basically, what happens is you pay every month a certain fee. Of course, they have different plans. So I would always try to get the best one, because then, with my Kindle, I could download, I could get books from Amazon. I wouldn't have to order them and wait for them to be delivered. I could just download it on my Kindle and read it whenever I wanted to. And so, like, on our day off, we get a day off every so often, which really didn't amount to much, because if it was really hot, you just stayed in your little living area and tried to stay in the AC the entire time. But sometimes I'd take a shower, go next door, because there was like a little coffee place that had you could get your Wi-Fi through there, and they'd have cricket matches on. Sometimes they'd have some footy on. and you could get something cold to drink, something, you get coffee, whatever. And so I would go over there with my Kindle, connect to the internet, start to download a book, and then it would just keep going through this online, offline. It would take forever to download one book, and it wasn't like it was large in size or anything. It wasn't like gigabytes of information. It was, fairly reasonable, but it could not handle that. So, yeah. But it was the only way you could stay in touch with home, using what do you call it? Facebook Messenger or something like that. But yeah, that internet was really. Oh, and then what was worse was when it was in Iraq. Somebody was moving one of these big forklifts, kind of like what some of the ones we see in Farming Sim. Like at these big, kind of like that one that Mick's got for the trees, that looks like a forklift or whatever. And they weren't licensed. Right now, this was an officer, mind you, was not licensed on this piece of equipment. Hit the line that had internet connecting to our barracks, to our living area there in Iraq, knocked out the internet for 3 days. Boy, you talk about some pissed off soldiers. Oof. Man. Yeah. Oh boy, you talk about somebody who became public enemy number one right then and there. Driving equipment, not licensed, and you take out the internet. Are you trying to get into trouble? Oh yeah, she was not. Oh, talk about the evil eye. Anytime anybody saw her, boy, they would just. Really, ma'am? Really? Really? What are you thinking? Come on now, you're an officer, you know better. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Bex. You might as well just say, pack your stuff and go home. Let's just get you on a flight out of here. We don't. Morale's already questionable as it is. We don't need somebody who's going to make it worse, Oh boy, yeah. 3 days we had no internet in the barracks. Oh. That was hard because I had my Xbox 360 with me. Or I had one over there. I think I bought one used off of somebody who was leaving. And so I was playing Forza Motorsport sometimes, and just trying to have stuff to do, or then at least you have some privacy if you're in your own room and you can talk to family without having a roommate or anything like that. But oh yeah, whoo-wee, that was. Why am I talking to Oakland all the way out here in the Pacific? That is weird. Wow, I didn't think Oakland had that kind of reach. Whew. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, but that was yeah, that was a tough 3 days. That's like when Addie's couldn't play his PlayStation for like 3 days because it was overheated. He had to leave it off for a while. What am I supposed to do? Well, you could read a book. What do I want to read a book for? Go for a walk. I don't want to go for a walk. Well, you're going to have to find something to fill the time. That's almost like when people would be like, can I go on a convoy now? I'm ready to go on a convoy. I got nothing else to do. The internet's off for 3 days. I'd rather take my chances with the bad guys outside the wire. In fact, I think, and I could be wrong here. I think that same lieutenant was on the convoy that got hit that I was on, that I had to take care of a KBR contractor in Iraq. I want to say it was her. I could be wrong though, but it wouldn't surprise me. Man, just stay in your office until we're ready to go home. I think she was. I might be wrong. Alright, we're still moving along here. 829 nautical miles. We're making our way. The only way we know how. Daddy's been running from the law since the day he was born. Just a good old Addie's. Never meaning no harm. He's all you ever saw, but in trouble with the law since the day he was born. Making his way to the Dodgy McDonald's. The only way he knows how. Takes 30 buses and 2 trains to get there. Anyhow. Where do you get this kind of entertainment? Daddy's gets a song about himself. Man, quality stuff right there. So we'll be back Monday in the Junkers 52. Leaving from Joe Foss Airfield in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Not sure where we're heading yet, but it will be posted in the Discord at some point either today or tomorrow. We've got a plan for the week. Well, look at this weird cloud formation. It's almost like a higher mountain of clouds right there at the front of the aircraft. Well, thank you all for coming in and hanging out today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the flight. If you have not, Mr. Adams is the complaint department for the channel. You can message him and say, I didn't like it and here's why. Not sure you'll get a response. At least you've made your voice heard. Still nothing but water below us there. Cold North Atlantic. Sure, I'd want to ditch there. Or North Pacific, not North Atlantic. I wouldn't want to ditch in the North Atlantic either. I wouldn't want to ditch in either one. But you have to. It's every person for themselves. Good luck. Virtual United Airlines has cannot be held responsible for that. There you go. So I asked Joseph if he went into Scruffy's chat and did the flush. Missed the opportunity. Tell you, Joseph, you could have so much fun over in Scruffy's chat. You can do a toilet flush, you can make a fart sound, all the things that you like. Dex went and looked at Scruffy's socks today. At the 8. Oops, I knew I forgot something. It's interesting because normally it would have turned off on its own after we backed up. Huh. Yep, just cruising along. I think we'll have me another little snack here. I'll tell you that beef jerky is fantastic. Great snack right there. Good stuff. Real nice. 764 miles to that mountain. I've been snacking, Bex. I had a granola bar earlier, and I've been snacking on the beef jerky because it's got protein in it. Matter of fact, it has. Let's look at the bag. It says it has 10 grams of protein per serving. That's a lot of protein. So yeah, I just been snacking on that. I'm fine actually. I'm surprised I haven't really struggled. So I don't. My only concern, if I could call it that, is that if I do have to, well, not that I have to, but if I go help out my clanmates in this in that game, um, I won't be able to really eat dinner. Because I'm thinking that my plan was that once I land, I was going to go hang out in Pulse's stream, but B, then I was also going to throw the pork loin in the oven and have pork loin for dinner. But I don't know what's happening with this raid shenanigans. I'm on call. I'm on standby. I'm on the Alert 5 aircraft, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, then if things drag out even longer, because I told him, I said I don't think I'm going to really be landing until like 4:30, 5 o'clock. So yeah, I don't. But I bought the pork loin specifically the other day just so that I could throw it in the oven and get it cooking, because it's not like a big pork loin, but just enough for me to have for dinner and maybe tomorrow for lunch. So yeah, I was probably lurk over there in Pulse's stream once he goes live, but I'm guessing that's probably not going to be for another hour or two. So I don't know, he might have been lurking this entire time too. I have no idea. He hasn't said anything if he's been here. So yeah, no, I this time, because, well, you and I didn't know each other when I did this, Bex. We hadn't been quote unquote introduced. So yeah, like before, when I've done a flight, when I did the flight from Heathrow to JFK, that was quite a long flight. But the flight from JFK to Frankfurt was much longer, and I was really wiped out. I think you might have been there for the Frankfurt flight. I don't remember. But I don't think you were there for the Heathrow to JFK one. But yeah, this time I feel like I'm a bit better prepared. I tried to get some stuff that's the JFK to Frankfurt might have been, yeah. I think you were there for that. But yeah, this one I think I'm better prepared for it. So I feel like I'm in a better, like mentally I'm not like all over the place right now, because I've been, eating the beef jerky. If I really need to, I can probably order something to eat. But I'm trying to hold off on that. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just make the pork loin. But I want to do that after, once we conclude the flight. So because it's hard to eat and raid at the same time. Especially if you're eating something like pork loin or even hamburgers or whatever. So I would rather that we just push it off till tomorrow if we want to get it done, but people may not have the time tomorrow to do it. That's the only drawback. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of rain. Parking lot's not dry anymore. Yeah, this is gone fairly well, other than a few little hiccups with the internet connection thing. But yeah, this has been fantastic. I was expecting it to be much worse going towards heading west, instead of east, because we've been facing a headwind the entire time. So yeah, it's been good. Just like to get there and get this thing on the ground and park it and wrap it up. Let's see where we're at now. 712 nautical miles. We're not even halfway there yet on this leg. 100 more nautical miles. Or actually, not even that. Let's see, it was 12 something, so just under 100 something odd nautical miles would be halfway to our nap. There. Yeah. See what else is there to talk about? We talked about the shenanigans with the marketplace from Friday or Thursday, and then they put the Coronado stuff on sale on Friday. I don't know. I don't know. I may not even have the energy to do a raid by the time we get this wrapped up. I may just want to put my feet up and watch Paul slay some more monsters and whatnot. Deal with that annoying kid in the game. Put something on TV and just chill. Let me ask. I don't even know how to ask it. Like, did you postpone it till tomorrow? I'll have all kinds of time, but the only problem is other people may not. I wish he'd asked me the other day. Then I could have postponed this, but oh well, it's alright. Yeah, I don't want to postpone my evening. Yeah, I was just checking to see if maybe Pulse had gone live, but I think it'll be like 2 or 3 my time before he does. All right, 683. So we're about halfway to that nav point. Still got lots left to go. Oh, I think I need to get up and stretch for a moment. All right, I have returned. What did I miss? Plane obviously didn't crash. That's a good sign. Move around a little bit to keep the blood flowing. I feel like I just lay back and do flutter kicks. But it is so hard to do these. It's not like when Scruffy did the cannonball run. You know, he had stopped a couple places for fuel, but that gave him time to run to the loo and all that. It's much harder when it's a non-stop flight to get up and move around and. Well, it's not difficult. It's just trying to make sure you do that kind of sort of stuff so you don't get all tense in your muscles. Gotta keep the blood flowing. Oh boy. So yeah, definitely the sun will be just about down. If not, it'll be complete. It'll be dark by the time we get to Tokyo. Let's see, what time is it in Tokyo right now? Local time in Tokyo is 3:25 in the morning. So it'll be early morning when we land. It is already Sunday morning there. So we're taking the sun with us on this flight. I did move the time to about 13:30 local time in so there are 11 hours difference. That's why they say it's an 11-hour something flight. I don't think it takes into account that time change, the different time zones. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think this flight is going to end up being longer than they may have anticipated. Yeah, there's no way I can do it. We got roughly, according to this, if this was going to be a 3.5 hour or 9.5 hour flight, we were flying for 6, so it'd be like three hours left. I don't think so, because we still have 6. Yeah, it's going to be 11 something hour flight. I think this thing underestimated the time. So yeah, we're looking at a long one, folks. So I think it's going to be closer to 1800 my time. So yeah, I think we still got another 5 hours to go. I think. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But we've been going against a headwind the entire time because we're heading west, because usually the wind goes towards the east. Only on a very rare occasions does it blow the other way or blow north-south. But, yeah, we still got a lot of flying left to do. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a bit longer than expected. That estimation, it's either they overestimate or underestimate. And I think at this time, they underestimated. I think it is an 11-hour or something flight. I was like, man, if we can get there in 9.5 hours, that'd be fantastic. And maybe years ago, they could go farther north and then curve down, which would be the shorter route, doing it that way. But when I put this together, this said it was the shortest route to Tokyo. So, but I have my doubts now. So, yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to do a raid tonight. I don't think I'm going to have the energy for it. By any stretch of the imagination. And then this is going to go, this won't premiere until, so it's going to be 24 hours afterwards on YouTube, so it won't be premiering until 7 or 8 Sunday evening. And it'll take you early Monday morning to watch the whole thing. Maybe. Yeah. If it's 11 hours, you started at 7 o'clock Sunday night. It'll take you all the way to early Monday morning to watch the whole thing from start to finish. Woo-wee. Yeah, nobody's going to watch it. I know it. I probably not even get any thumbs up on it once I upload it. Once it premieres. Nah, I can't be asked. It's too much. But we'll see. We'll see how we do. I could be wrong, but I mean, we're just now hitting under 500 left on that leg. 599 or not 500, 590, just under 600 on that. Ooh wee. Well, let's see. How we do here? Huge chunk on this leg. Have to do. 13:30 East Coast time, which means it is 10 o'clock East Coast. Difference. What? I'm trying to think if I'm going to order something to eat. So definitely going to need something to get me at least till 6 o'clock tonight. 4.5 hours from now. What I should eat. What will fill my tummy and be yummy, but won't be yucky. Well, I could order a Subway sandwich. Ooh. I could do that. That'd probably be the healthiest option. Starving myself is not an option. It is an option, but not a good one. Yeah. What shall I do? What shall I do? See, Addie's could make me a meat pie and ship it over here, but I don't think it'll make it in time. Let's see. What sounds good? Yeah, Addie's would probably make the meat pie and then he would eat it himself. He'd be like, sorry. Something that I could eat quickly. I guess I could order a large Subway sandwich and eat half of it when it gets here and the other half later on. And just make the pork loin for dinner tomorrow. That is an option. I kind of like that option. Hmm. That'd probably be the healthiest option, to be honest. Yeah, it probably would be the healthiest option. Oh, I was looking at DoorDash and I could order a sandwich from Subway, which would probably be the healthier option. And I also said Addie's could make me a meat pie, but he would probably eat it after he made it, and then that would be the end of it. Yeah, I could just have that, and then I could just drink water. I don't need soda. Yeah, let me do that. That's probably the healthiest option. Oh yes, you're right. Joseph would get his nan to make it, and then he would eat it, and then he would say, "Haha, sorry." That's exactly what would happen. All right. Subway sandwich is being ordered as we speak. So I got a foot long, and I'll eat half of it when it gets here, and then I'll eat the other half later on. All right, there we go. And I'll just have the pork loin uh, for dinner tomorrow or lunch tomorrow, something like that. Ooh, boy, there's some nasty looking clouds here. Look at that. Ooh, there's got to be a storm underneath all that. Ooh wee. So yes, Bex, I ordered your favorite sandwich, but I have my own take on your favorite sandwich. So this time I have it from. It is. Let me see. Oh, it doesn't show you all the fixings on it. I don't have the barbecue. They don't have the barbecue sauce. I don't think they don't have it available. But so I got it with on the artisan Italian provolone cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, red onions, black pepper, and salt. There we go. And it's not going to be toasted because otherwise it'd be a bit of a mess trying to eat it if it's toasted. So that's okay. Look. What do you mean ruined with tomatoes? You like ketchup. What's wrong with tomatoes? Because tomatoes come from ketchup. Come on, Bex. What are you talking about? It's not ruined. What do you in the immortal words of Addie's, what do you like, Bex? Oh, lordy. You can't touch tomatoes, but you'll use. Oh, somebody unfollowed me. Oh well. You used ketchup, which is derived from tomatoes. So how can you? I don't know. That's you're strange. That doesn't make any sense. That's like Addy say he's vegetarian, but he'll go to McDonald's and eat beef burgers all day, or he'll have cheeseburgers or something. I don't know. Daniel, does that make any sense to you? Bex will drown something in ketchup, but can't stand touching or the side of tomatoes. Ay, ay, ay. I reckon even a Bella would be like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know about you, Bex. Oh, you know what I do like to have every once in a while? Those little cherry tomatoes. Oh, on a salad. Mmm. Yes, those are good. That's shocking, Bex. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't know, Bex. I don't know what to tell you. You've stumped me on that one, Bex. I honestly don't know what to say. I gotta see something a little bit closer. Something doesn't seem right. Or maybe it's a trim tab or something. The way this little part right here hangs down. Right on. You would think it'd be more level with, but it seems like it's I don't know, that seems kind of weird. It's like that on the other side too. Oh, I just noticed that. I wonder if that's just part of the trim. Ooh, that's kind of a neat picture. Ooh, uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh, boy. There we go. All right. Let's get a picture of that. That looks pretty cool right there. All right. Let's see where we're at. All right, finally under 500 nautical miles to that nav point. We're still cruising along here. Yeah, I just don't. I don't think we'll do this. Certainly, I don't think I'll have the energy to do it by the time we get on the ground. Now, I think originally, let's see. So, hold up here. Let me look at my little flight info. So, if we left at about. Okay, so yes, so we left before 2:13 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're supposed to get into Tokyo. This flight on this was the 787 Dreamliner. It did it in 11 hours and 39 minutes total travel time. They got into town at 18:52 p.m. Japan Standard Time. So it will be dark probably by the time we get there. Even though the real world time is like morning time in Japan. It'll be evening in the sim when we get there. You know what is good is a tomato and onion salad with like it's like a vinaigrette dressing or something, but yeah, you dice up the tomatoes and the onions, maybe dice up a few cucumbers in there. Oh, that's some good stuff right there. Cucumber salad with some onions as well, with a little vinaigrette. This looks good too. So we'll see how this plays out. But I'm prepared for expecting the best but hoping for the worst. Or expecting the worst but hoping for the... There we go. That's better. Expecting the worst but hoping the best. Boy, this leg is just a killer here. Oof. Alright. Now, let's see if we zoom out here. So that's our one leg there. All the way there. So now we can zoom back in here. there a landmass down there? No. That's just... looks like whitecaps on the ocean there. I think. Oh, could that be land? Could be land. No. Maybe not. Ooh, my order is on its way, so what we'll do is I'll mute myself, chow down on the first half of the sandwich. And that'll should get me the rest of the way, and then I'll eat the rest of it for dinner once we're wrapped up here. Alright, I'm going to take a short commercial break here, real quick. Matter of fact, I want to step away just to stretch my legs and use the restroom. I'll be right back. You know, the great thing is about Subway is there's two Subways almost equal distance from where I live. There's one at the Walmart that I go shopping at, and there's another one on the way to the posher grocery store called Wegmans. Actually, Wegmans subs are really good too. But if I order from Wegmans, I order sushi. It's the only sushi I trust in town. Oh, that's one of the things. Oh, that's the only unfortunate part about when I go visit my folks. There's no like real decent sushi place near there. Even their grocery stores don't have a sushi place. Oh, that's gonna be. Don't want to start craving. Maybe I could find a halfway decent one. If I visit them up by the lake, maybe there'll be one in Reno that I can go to. I just want to see the look on my mom's face while I'm eating this raw fish. Hey, Pulsey. Hold on a second. Let's do a shout out for do some. Let's see, where is. Make sure I do this correctly. Also shot out. Yeah, it's not been too bad. There's that, and then let's also do this because I haven't done this in a while. And then also yeah, it's not been too bad, although my time estimation may be wildly off. But we've got this well, not the last leg, but this big chunk that was here. It was like 1,200 nautical miles roughly to that nav point that we're heading to right now. But once we're there, we get past that, the rest of this all should be fairly close together, and we'll start descending into Tokyo. Sandwich is almost here. So, but yeah, for the most part, it's been pretty good. Had a little bit of a weird climb out, but out of San Francisco, but things settled down, and yeah, we've been chasing the sun the entire time. I think the sun's going to win the race. It'll be below the horizon roughly by the time we get on final approach there. I think. I'm pretty confident. Yeah, it's been pretty good. So much better. I have to say, it's been much better than that flight I did to Frankfurt. That was brutal, but I think I'm better prepared this time, mentally and everything else. So, matter of fact, I think my food is just put outside my door. Give the person time to take the picture. So the food is delivered. Let me go check. I'll be right back, folks. Alright, yes, the sandwich has arrived. Bex's favorite that I ruined because I put tomatoes on it. See, now she wouldn't, like, oh, I can't go over and nick his sandwich because it's got tomatoes on there and I can't deal with that. Alright, let me just, barely cut it. Alright, let me mute this real quick and devour this. I'll be right back, folks. All right, first half devoured. Ooh, that tasted good. Mm. Yeah, it was quite yummy. Yes, I did taste it. Yes, I devoured it. We got the other half to have later on. Let's see where we're at now. 346 nautical miles. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Now I feel all re-energized. Ooh, that tasted good. Mmm. Quite tasty. Quite tasty. The only thing is, I wish I had some like chocolate mint cookies to snack on for dessert. Oh. Oh, yes. We got our third wind now. One of those beets has a bit of a spice to it. It's not like overwhelming, but there's just a hint of it. And that with the red onions. Mmm. Good stuff. That's good eating right there. Real good eating. Well, we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Let's have a look-see here. 640 again. Alright, so we got... There's where we're headed to, and then that's the next one, Calig. So we're almost at the point of getting ready to drop out the sky in a controlled manner. We will control the chaos as we prepare to land there in Tokyo. But nice having you all along today. For those who've been in and out of the chat, who have stuck around the entire time, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I couldn't. I'd be embarrassed if I was eating and you guys could hear me. That's not. I wouldn't be too proud of myself for that. cleaning up my... Alright. Cool beans. I'm guessing you're getting ready to start your slaying of more demons and such over on God of War Ragnarok. I will look over in your stream for a while, Pulse. Hopefully you will actually join the conversation there once we're on the ground. Perfect. Yeah. Just kind of cleaning up my little thumbsticks there. Getting a little yucky looking. All right, there we go. Be adding to the chat, and I'm streaming. That's Joseph. You should have been there ahead of me. Oh, well, thank you, Bex. Appreciate that. No worries at all. I understand. Well, he only started that a few days ago, so I'm guessing he's still got quite a ways to go before he beats the main storyline there. Yep, we're slowly. Let's have a look here. How much farther it should be? Yep, okay, 285 for nav aid there. Now, now that we're at this point in the flight, a couple things. One, I would apologize in advance between now and when we touch down. If the sim does decide to go on strike on me, I apologize. I will not be able to save it. Yeah, there's no like starting point to salvage all that time that I would lose. So I apologize in advance if the sim decides to do that. Secondly, of course, we've had issues in the past when we started our arrival portion and get ready to line up for approach, that the system kind of does its own weird thing. So we will keep an eye on our monitor here and the legs down here. Probably be zooming in and out, trying to keep an eye on where we are, and if the plane deviates and decides to start doing its own thing, we're just going to fly it in manually. Or basically what we'll do is we'll go to the direct to and just go to the next available point that has a that we can bypass whatever might be broken, so to speak. So just want to give everybody a heads up on that. So that's what we got coming up. So we'll try to bypass whatever is causing issues, and but if we have to land it manually, we will. It's going to be a bit of a challenge because it's not something I've done in quite some time. So land the 747 manually, but we have some hours in the air behind us that could give us an idea of what we need to do and when we need to do it. So that's what we're going to stick with. I think I put enough fuel in to get us all the way there. We have to monitor that. We just hit 50% used. We still have quite a bit ways to go, so I think we're going to be fine fuel wise. And yeah, so we got all kinds of stuff coming up here. We're going to stay at 42,000 feet for as long as possible. Well, not as long as possible, I shouldn't say it that way. So this is our, for those of you who've missed it, so Holix is the arrival portion of our flight. We're on our way to 45 Echo 60. We have Calig 41 Echo 50, Adgore, and Polix. So probably once we pass 41 Echo 50, we're going to start stepping down in our descent. We're going to do it in 2,000 feet increments until we get to about 20. Try to level off at about 20,000 feet eventually, but they won't be successive like one right after the other. We're going to descend, fly for a little bit, descend, just try to make gradual steps down to about 20,000 feet. And then that should set us up for success, I feel. So we'll see how that goes. Well, you're not. What the heck, Bex? You're not. What is that knucklehead already talking about in Pulse's chat? Because that's one of the people that I blocked on. Yeah, we might as well go max auto. Because I don't even want to know what nonsense he's spewing. I block Little Santa, Little Gentleman. You know what I'm starting to think is a lot of these people that I blocked over on Pulse's chat suddenly come over there to their like an alternate account. Yeah. About not spoiling anything? It's, I hate to say this, but it feels like no matter how many times you warn them, they go in and start. It's like they go in just to start testing you right off the bat. It's like, dude, there's no reason for that. Just come in and hang out and enjoy the chat. Enjoy the stream. Oh, I thought he had like a backup account, which I probably blocked as well as the Little Santa account. Yeah, I don't have time for people like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he knows. But I think he's doing it because he knows you're gonna respond to him, and he's sitting there laughing his little punk ass off in his parents' basement or something. Going, watch it. Yeah. Lately what I've been doing, and I know it's terrible, but I've been when somebody like that pops into his chat, I just go right for the block button. I'm not even gonna wait because I know of it. Like they see somebody playing a game that either they've played themselves and they have already beaten it from start to finish, so they're just like, oh, I'll come in here and help the streamer out. And then they'll be in debt to me forever and ever. We'll be BFS forever and ever. So yeah, if I just get the feeling like it, I know H have a go at Pulse, because that's just how he is. But I'm not gonna block H because that's I know it's just him giving Pulse a hard time. But some of these other ones, they say hi in chat, and I'm like, I don't care, gone, I'm blocking it. But yeah, I just whenever, like, when he's been playing, whether it's been God of War Ragnarok or the Assassin's Creed games, whatever, they all come in just like, oh, I know how to do this part. I'm gonna tell them everything. No, if I wanted help, I'd ask for it. But yeah, I don't even wait. I'm just like, yeah, this person is annoying the crap out of him. You're already pre-annoyed. They haven't even said, all they said is hello, and I'm just like, nah, you've already annoyed me. I'm not even going to give you a chance. See, part of me wants to unblock him and then give him a what for in the chat, but it's not even worth it. Like, how many times you got to be warned? Honestly. Yeah, I think he knows he's not supposed to. He just does it because he just wants to see how long it takes before you give him the timeout, or even worse, you just block him from the ban him, whatever. But he'd be one of those people that's got probably multiple accounts. It is. That's why. Yeah. Like, come on, dude. I know you want to have a joke, and at first it might be funny, but come on now. How many times do you have to be told, not even asked, but told not to do it, and you come in and do it anyway? And then you're gonna cry foul. Why did I get banned? Why did I get a timeout for? I didn't do nothing wrong. You were warned. What did you think was gonna happen? You keep poking the bear. Pretty soon the bear is gonna take a swipe at you, and then you're gonna be like, that hurt. What a jerk. Stupid bear. Shouldn't have messed with the bear. W gain. What is that supposed to mean? W gain. I'm now watching in bed. Oh! Been dozing off and on downstairs for long enough now, huh? Well, well, I guess I can understand why. It's been a pretty uneventful flight overall, I think. We are we'll start our descent here pretty soon into Japan. So, yeah. We've still got a few legs with a couple hundred nautical miles in them, but we're just going to take our time and just make small steps down the stairs until we get to about 20,000 feet, and then we'll go from there. No movies are no. I don't even know if the cabin is like modeled in there, like where the passengers are. I don't know if I can even go back in there to find out. It may not let me through the door there, and I probably wouldn't. It's probably just empty back there. Some of the newer ones, like the A318, has a little Anchorage. I would have figured we would have been talking to Anchorage like hours ago. What? Wait, what? That sounded like some maths. Power to what? That did not sound like a what was that? Don't want to be this guy. Well, Steve, here's the thing. That's what the thing said for me to cruise at, and that's what I'm cruising at. So, but thank you. Yeah, that's what I mean, I know it can go up to 43,000 feet, but unless you're talking about something else. Yeah. No, this it can live just comfortably here at 42,000 feet. And even, well, that's what flight level 420 means as well. But oh no. Oh no. Hold up. Okay, my bit rate went flat. Okay. I was just thinking, oh man, I think the stream just quit on me. Okay. Well, flight level 410, planes have to have 20,000 feet separation, so going west, the cruise levels will be 40,000, 43, 47. East, they'll be 410, 450, 490. Well, luckily, as you can see, there is not another plane where I would need that separation. So, duly noted. But I know this plane can only safely go, according to what it says in the sim, 43,000 and some change. So I don't know of many jetliners that operate at 47 or 49,000 feet. Not to say that they don't exist, but I've not flown one yet in the sim. But we've been cruising comfortably. We're at a good altitude. So, but you fly the way that you prefer with the settings that you have. And I will fly just the way I am. I don't have the same. I'm on the Xbox for one thing, so I don't have all the extra stuff that the PC simmers have available to them, first off. So we are doing just fine the way we are. But that is, I have the InSim ATC, which more often than not has given me some crazy altitudes before. But yeah, so I'm right below the service ceiling, so I prefer to be right where I'm at the entire time, which we're perfect as far as I'm concerned. We're as close to perfection as we'll get. Let's have a look now, and a little bit closer. All right. Well, we're getting closer, folks. We're getting closer. But I know some people prefer to turn the ATC off and fly their own own way. And that's entirely up to them. Yeah, if there was other traffic, I could see where that would be a necessity. Having it staggered by 2,000 feet. I don't have live traffic turned on. I am on the multiplayer server, but nobody is in the air with me, which is just fine. That makes no sense. I've never heard of that before. That's a new one. I'm sure if I was on VATSIM, it would be, because I'm talking to a virtual air traffic controller in real time. You know, a lot of the stuff that we do in the sim would not be tolerated on VATSIM, but I don't have VATSIM available here on the Xbox either, so I'm not too worried about it. We're just here to have fun and enjoy a flight. Trying to make it somewhat realistic without going overboard. That's my goal. We're not perfect at it, and I don't ever expect to be perfect at things. Otherwise, I will drive myself nuts. I already have enough problems about driving myself nuts. There's lots of simmers who do the whole VAT sim thing. They take it very seriously. And good for them. They want that experience. They enjoy it. I'm just not one of them. That's where we put it. On Kindle. I will say that when people expect me to fly the way that they want me to, I will more likely than not disappoint you. Just so that you know. Thank you all for coming in today. Greatly appreciate it. Nice seeing everybody here. We start our descent into Tokyo here pretty soon. Our initial descent for our arrival portion. Be on the ground before we know it. We'll wrap things up. Still got quite a bit of flying left to do. Got a few chunks of a couple hundred nautical miles. And then should be all downhill from there. So we'll be back Monday in Eucharist 52, continuing our journey across America. All the flight plan stuff will be in the Discord here. Probably either later today or tomorrow. One of the two. Thursday we will continue our next leg of the Route 66 flying. Friday we'll be in South America, heading from Guyana to Brazil, near Twin Beach. Let's run an ad here real quick. It's been pretty fantastic. I have to knock on wood, even if it's fake. Really enjoyed flying today. This long haul's gone significantly better, I think, than previous 2 attempts. We're good. We're good. All right. I think I'm going to step away for just a quick moment again, folks. I'll be right back. All right, I've returned. All right, let's see if we zoom out again here. All right. I apologize if you can hear the music in the background. My neighbor across the hallway has gone back to his loud music partying until late at night, early in the morning for whatever reasons. I don't know what happened, but he was seemed like that a lot of stuff had been in the past, but apparently for whatever reason has resurfaced. I've got headphones on. and I can still hear the music. That is not good. Just, all right, there we go. There's that one. 221 to Calig. All right, we're going to go ahead and start our short little reductions here at altitude. All right. Out here for a little bit. Apologize about that. TV has some dust on it. I need to give it a cleaning here. Alright. Still cruising along here. Let's see where we're at. Alright, let's go to 230. Oh, I'm still here, Bex. Sorry. Just, yeah, we're just we're starting our initial descent. So yeah, we're starting to descend into Tokyo, just doing some small reductions in altitude. So yeah, just kind of thinking ahead of what to expect. And all that before we get on the ground. I'm just making those little adjustments, that's all. So, yeah, just kind of reviewing my notes, and it's been such a long time since I've flown the 747, so I know some things have changed a little bit since I've last flown it, so yeah, I just kind of thinking it a little bit, that's all. How was the monster sling going over there with Pulse? Has he been bludgeoned to death a couple times yet? Like he normally is at some point in the game? Just have a look real quick. Alright. I said, how's the monster slaying going over there for Pulse? Has he been bludgeoned to death a couple times like he normally is in the game? Or is he doing okay? Oh, that's good. Excellent. Good to hear. Try to be over in there as soon as I land and park this thing, wrap the stream up, get it downloading so I can get it over on YouTube. Premiere tomorrow afternoon. I think we'll kind of live here for a while here at 38,000 feet. Because when I zoom out 640 nautical miles on our range there, from Adgore to Polix, 39. Hold on a second, do my math here. 4463 minus 62. It's 500. Okay. So yeah, I think we're just gonna live right here for a little while. Once we get close, once we pass Adgore, Polix, we'll start our further descents. But I think we're pretty good where we are right now. So yeah, I think we can just stay right here. I just happened to look over there. Hattie seems to think like this, like I was set to land any minute now. We still got quite a ways to go. Once we get to that to Polix, then I think from there it's just going to be, we'll start, the magic will start to happen. Keep him apprised of the situation, Vex, if you would, please, and thank you. Since he seems to be so worried about if I've landed yet or not. Yeah, yeah, I know. I kind of figured that it would eventually he just kind of be like, I've seen enough. Yeah, it's hard. Like, I really enjoyed flying today. Not that it's like difficult flying, but just I've really enjoyed doing this, but I know it's not for everybody. Like I know some people, it's just a. Oh, Bella's still here. There you go. Bella's doing his own thing. Uh, but yeah, it's it's hard to keep people excited. I mean, we've been flying over water and clouds pretty much the entire time, and so yeah, it's a bit tough to keep people interested, but that's okay. It'll still be a little bit. We still got a little while to go before we land. So, not even a little bit. We still got some time to go. So, how much can you eat game? Well, with Umbrella, that's an infinite question. No telling. And if game wise, I'm guessing it's either Train Sim World 3 or Train Sim on the PC. That'd be my guess. So, if Avella's on a train and eating, it means there's speeding, spatting, wrecking. Porridge. The old train. Oh, nice. For and I know, like, you showcased it, I think. I know, who else? There's a couple people that I've seen watch them stream. I know Joe has. Train Sim on the PC there's certainly way more stuff on there that you can do and get that the is just it's a bit of a there's way more to do, I think, than on the console version. There's more classic routes, there's more Steam available. I wouldn't even know where to begin if I did train simming on the PC. Like, what route would I pick? But the PC one it seems a lot different than the console version. I may just do this. Yeah, I don't know that the long haul stuff. This was I guess you could say this was kind of a test just to see how it went. And I don't think it's what's the word I don't think it's as big of a hit as I thought maybe it would be, but that's okay. Something different. Kind of making up for the fact that I didn't stream Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. But, yeah, I think if I'm going to do a Saturday airliner flight, it'll just be only a couple hours, and that's about it. We'll try to just make it simple stuff, So, find, maybe like a Delta flight from Dallas to somewhere or something, In fact, while we're just cruising along here, let's have a look-see here. Let's see. I don't even know what the Dallas airport. Let's have. Roswell. KDFW. What about to Miami? Is there any airlines that fly from Dallas to Miami? Ooh, there is. American Airlines flies on the A321. What is that for? 2 hours and 48 minutes. Ooh. I do have an American Airlines livery from my A321. Somewhere. Maybe that's what we'll do for next, in 2 weeks' time. And we'll do another Saturday stream. We'll do a flight from Dallas to Miami. Yeah, I think that'll be a fun flight. So yeah, that's pretty manageable. If anybody wants to hop in and fly along on that one, I think that's a little bit more, that should be easier to do. But if you want, whatever you want to fly, if you want to fly the A320, or you want to fly the 737, or the A310, whatever you want to do, you're more than welcome to. So yeah, we may do that just to get Alright, still 66 nautical miles to Calig. Just cruise along. We'll just cruise outside here for right now. That's okay. But yeah, I think that's what we'll do next in 2 weeks' time. It'll be the 21st. We'll do a flight from Dallas, Fort Worth to Miami in the A321. American Airlines. I'll download the 411 on that. We'll save that for this for 2 weeks from now. But yeah, I don't think the long haul is not quite as exciting. That's for sure. It's a bit much. It's hard for a streamer, like when there's not a whole lot of audience interaction. It's tough to keep it going. So, but that's okay. That's all right. It's not a big deal. All these miles, 4,000 something nautical miles. We've logged this flight today for Parasox Airlines, Scruffy Tam's virtual airline. If you are a flight simmer and you do not belong to a virtual airline, you are missing out. They always have something fun going on. They got challenges. Yeah, it's just something fun to be a part of. So yeah, do go check that out. Let's see, now it's saying I'm not. Okay, yeah, sorry. Oh, I'm about to lose my mind. What's left of it. Yeah. But I've enjoyed this. This has been fun. It's a bit of an undertaking, but thank you all for riding along today. Yeah, it's been nice. Good stuff today. Really enjoyed it. Let's take a look now. Well, still, I know this next leg is like 200 something nautical miles. Yeah, we could just live right here at 38,000 feet. That's fine. Lucari is live. All right. Let's see. Where are we now? 14. That point there. I think I'm gonna get up and stretch for a little bit, refresh my water, and go to the little captain's room. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see how we're doing now. under 260 to go for that one. All right, let's have another. Okay. Yeah, we got another late at 500 nautical miles coming up. And we'll start once we get past Adgore, which is only a short hop from 41 Echo 50, or 41 times 10 to the 5th power. Yeah, we'll start. Thank you, Mella. We'll start making our way there. Start descending even further. Little chunks at a time. Nothing major. We'll just do a little bit before we know it. We'll be lining up on final. And I think I'm going to eat that rest of the sandwich. Prop my feet up. And take it easy for the rest of the evening. It's been a long day. That is for sure a long day. Get this thing downloaded and ready to get over onto YouTube. For tomorrow's debut. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, it has been, Bex, but it's been worth it. It's, you know, like I said before, I think this one's gone much better. I was better prepared, but it does kind of wear you out, you know. And granted, I've not streamed nearly as long as Scruffy did when he did the Cannonball Run flight, but yeah, it's very difficult to get through. But I'm not like tired, but I think by the time I land and they're in Tokyo, I'm gonna be ready to chill for the remainder of the evening. I might try to run down the street and get me some change for the laundry. I don't know how Scruff did. He's like, initially his plan, from what he said, was that he was going to do stream for a little while, then go to sleep, get up and do legs, but take little naps throughout. But he was like, no, I'm just going to do the whole thing in one go. And I was like, dang, that's brutal. And and he was in a Cessna 172, which was, you know, not the fastest. So that's a lot of flying, and yeah, it's hard to do it, but yeah, no, it'll be in the books. It's something different. It's something I've been thinking about trying to do for some time, but it is it's a lot of flying, and you know, I prefer really the, you know, couple hours at that, and I think that's perfect because it's, you know, other streamers might be able to get away with it, but not me. I think that's the the unfortunate truth. So, but that's okay. It's quite all right. I'm glad to do it, and it's been an experience. And but yeah, it's definitely gone a lot better than the other attempts, I think. It's not been perfect, but that's all right. It doesn't have to be. I really did. I think this thing did underestimate. It's gonna be much longer than 9.5 hours. I think they underestimated by at least 2 hours. So you know, and I thought I was taking the shortest route to get there, but I don't think it made any difference today. Look how different the so earlier on in the flight, our trim tab was almost at 100%. Now that our fuel levels have gone down, the trim has moved to 35% to keep the plane at the right angle. Kind of amazing how it adjusts itself into that. But it's also when you have a support, somebody there to support you while you're doing these long streams. Excuse me. It sure can make all the difference in the world. Well, that's okay. I can look now, Bex. It's not like I'm super busy at the moment. Oh boy. That's classic, Bex. That's classic. But Bex, you you don't like tomatoes. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of those before. They probably wouldn't taste too bad actually. But I don't think I've ever seen them in any store that I know of. What, you know what? Just out of curiosity, now I have to look. Let me look at this again. I wonder. Oh, they're part of a variety pack. Oh. Oh. Actually, Canadian Lay's has ketchup flavored potato chips. Hers has ketchup flavored potato chips. Ketchup flavored potato chips. I don't know about that. Yeah, but you can get them on Amazon. It looks like, but they're in the variety pack. But Canadian Lay's has potato flavored potato chips there that you can order from Amazon. That's crazy. That's just insanity, Bex. What were they thinking next? Yeah, I did look on Amazon. The the ones that picture you sent me, I think you can get them as part of the variety pack, at least here from Amazon here in America. But you may be able to get a whole bag there in the UK. See, the trick would be to get beef flavored potato chips and ask Addis if he'd eat them. Beef flavored crisps. Be like, what do you think, Joseph? Would you eat them? Well, they are crisps. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, that's well, people put all kinds of different flavors on stuff, and sometimes it works, and other times it's just like it doesn't really go anywhere because everybody's like, what? Ketchup flavored potato chips. No. I like my ketchup flavored. I like my ketchup with my fries. Yeah, well, I'll hand it to them. It's kind of gimmicky, and they might sell a few bags, but I don't know that it would take off. But you never know. I gotta ask him. I gotta ask him if he'd eat beef flavored crisps. Let's see how fast he says yes. Now let's just run a quick little map there. Oh, yeah, maybe, Bella, would you eat beef flavored crisps, or would you eat ketchup flavored crisps, or chips, I should say? Ooh, beef flavored chips with your cheeseburgers. Is that too much beef? uh, Mela might be on a train, doing a train sim run or something. Oh, I thought I had the mail person again. We'll see, Addie's hasn't answered me. Alright, oh well. Beef flavored crisp, cheeseburger. But I'm sure Amela would eat them, or at least try them. Heck, Amela would probably eat them for breakfast. Ooh, beef flavored chips for breakfast? Mmm, yes, please. I think Addie's is otherwise engaged. Yeah, there you go. So, Bex found ketchup flavored chips, Cheetos. And so then the question would be, what if they were beef flavored chips? Would you eat those? Would you have beef flavored chips with your cheeseburgers or your beef patties? My guess would be yes. Bex found a ketchup flavored Cheetos is now on sale. New to the UK. You could have croissant and beef flavored chips for breakfast. Oh, you've had ketchup flavored chips before. Huh. I did not know that. That's interesting. But now I asked Addie's if he would have beef flavored crisps. Only ones I eat is roast chicken and cheese and onion and ready salt. He said, not really. What? Oh, come on. That's malarkey. That's baloney. That's shenanigans right there. I'm calling foul on that one. I'm sure if he was tanked up enough, he would be like, "Oh, Chris, yeah, he's busy at his mates. He's busy somewhere." All right, so that is basically what we got coming up, folks. This magenta mess right there. So from Adgore to here, somewhere in there is our arrival portion. This part right here is a route that is like runs almost parallel to what we're doing. But that's what we got left. We have this huge 500 nautical mile leg coming up, and then we'll be on the ground. So we are virtual. We can see virtually ahead what we got left to do. So we are, once we can see that, we can get the job done. I don't think I've ever seen that offered anywhere. But maybe I just never looked for them before either. I'd probably try them once just to see what they were like. I mean, Cheetos are pretty good anyway. I do kind of like the spicy Cheetos. Every once in a while, not often, but once in a while, I don't mind them. The flaming hot Cheetos. They do have just enough bite to them, but they're not like. I watched somebody do that one chip challenge that's like got that insane kind of heat in it or whatever, something, some kind of a chili or something. Oh, yeah, I couldn't do it. No thanks. I'd probably have serious heartburn the entire week. I'd be miserable. So yeah, I steer clear of that. The spiciest stuff I eat is the wasabi with my sushi. But I put it in the soy, or cover it in soy sauce first, and it kind of just makes a little mixture out of it. That's about as much as I do. But I've had habanero salsa. Oh man, I think that was the hottest salsa I've ever had. I've had jalapenos. There was a place not far from where I lived in Mountain View, California, that did these fantastic shrimp burritos, but I forgot to order mine without jalapenos, and I didn't realize it. I'm eating it like, man, it's just a little bit spicier than I'm used to. Oh, I was miserable the rest of the night. Oh, damn, now I know what it was. It was jalapenos in my... Oh. Habaneros, I think, are just a little bit spicier than... Was one of my old bosses. He used to make his own. He grew his own habanero chilies, and then made his own salsa. Oh, he brought it in one day. We're like, oh, this stuff's amazing. Later that day, we're like, I'm miserable. I feel like going home. Oh, yeah. But I gotta find a sushi place when I go visit my folks. I want to get some sushi. I just want to see the look on my mom's face when I sit there and eat the sushi in front of her. While we're cruising along here, still got a bit to go. Let's just have a look-see here. Sushi. Restaurants. You could even search if they have the conveyor belt. Reno, Nevada. Oh, they have a sushi and Japanese steakhouse. Ooh, that does sound... Sushi Pier. Ooh, that sounds even better. That sounds legit. And they have Sushi Minato. Sushi Pier sounds... $3 sign. So that seems like that is like legit. Ooh, freshwater eel. Oh, oh, yeah. I gotta go to that place when I visit family. Can we stop at this place on the way? I want to get something to eat. Oh, the look of my mom. What? No! What are you eating? Oh, it's a freshwater eel. Oh, gee. Oh. I think she would pass out. As soon as I take the first bite, she would be like, that would be it. Oh. Oh, boy. freshwater eel does. Some wasabi and soy sauce. Oh, mm. That's just probably like, ew, no. Yeah, chicken crisp sounds. I don't know that I've never tried that one. I mean, it sounds like it wouldn't be too bad. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. It's terrible, but I couldn't. I could only imagine my mom just be like, "If you're gonna eat that, go somewhere else. Don't eat that in front of me." Ugh. Yeah, look at that nice color in the clouds. Ugh, too funny. I should message her like, "Hey, when I come visit, if you guys pick me up in Reno at the airport, can we stop off at the sushi place on the way home?" Just get the order to go. I don't. Well, the only problem with that is it's like a 2 hour. It's about a 2 hour drive from Reno back to the lake, so it may not be as fresh. That's the only problem. But they do have a newer grocery store in town. Maybe with all the ritzy folks from the Bay Area who bought land up there and built fancy houses and all that, they may put a sushi stand there in the restaurant or in the grocery store. Oh boy. All right, let's see where we're at now. Still 27 nautical miles. Then it's just a short. Yeah. So we're at what, 80? Yeah. So quick run over to Adgore, and then we'll let's see. 3962, 3924. Yeah, it's only like 20 something. Let me double check my math. 3962 minus 3924. 38, yeah. 38. So that'll be a quick little run over there. And then we'll they must be getting along just fine with the rate. think I'm safe for the rest of the evening. Oh. Thank you all again for coming in and hanging out. Lovely seeing you all here. Missed a few folks. Wish Mick was in the chat saying hello, but I understand if he's not. Missed my bro across the pond. You talk to him, Bex. You tell him I said that. At least the tree issue's been resolved there on the farm. Bex, appreciate it. All right, here we go. Here's the turn coming up to the left. Stand by for the G-forces. Here they come. 3, 2, 1. Oh, ah. Pass out. Oh my goodness, I can't handle it. Pretty soon we should start to see some land mass here. All right. sometimes. Okay, so let's see. That's a huge chunk. After that, it's all going to be fairly close together, it looks like. Yeah. All right. All right, one last big chunk to go coming up here. We're almost there, folks. We're almost there. I think it's going to be closer. Well, yeah, I think it's going to be about 11 hours total. All right. Okay. Here we go. I think. Let's just go to. We'll drop it by 4,000. Yep, sure are, Daniel. Nice to see you. I'm guessing you're still awake. Yep, I'm still awake. Just cruise along nicely here. Still got 468 nautical miles to go to our arrival portion. And we'll just cruise here for a little while. Surprised you're awake yourself. That's right. Yeah. You don't have to go to work. You got to work tonight or not, Daniel? I forget. You got to go to work. You might as well just get up and get ready and just hang out downstairs until you got to go. That was the hard part about being well rested for. You got to go to work at night, trying to get rest during the day. No, as soon as we're done here, I'm gonna grab the other half of that sandwich and devour it. Try to find something interesting to watch. And the only thing I may do is run down to the laundromat and get some change for laundry, but I may just do that tomorrow. So we should have land here pretty soon. Probably pre-dinner. Not quite dinner time, but Mel will probably have the pre-dinner in preparation for dinner, and then the post-dinner dinner. Then the pre-dessert, the dessert, then the post-dessert. Or it could be the post-lunch dessert, that goes with the pre-dinner dinner. You never know with a melon. we'll cruise here until we get about 200 nautical miles out, and then we'll start making our way the rest of the way. Well, quite the flight today, quite the flight. We're almost there at the end. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. See, H is over there in Pulse's chat. Captain Arash is still flying. Celestial navigating over the North Pole. That's fantastic. Kaharia is doing her, I think, for you Spitfire fans, I think Kaharia is on her trip around the, yep, Spitfire trip around the world, day 64. That's amazing. For you Spitfire fans, there you go. There's some quality Spitfire content right there. I think somebody actually did fly a Spitfire around the world once. You know, that's the amazing thing about about flight simming is you can find real world things that people have done, and you can say, yeah, you know, I'm going to replicate that, but you can put your own twist on it. You don't have to follow the exact same route. You could say, you know what, I think I'm going to go over this way. You know, make my own path, but still fly it around the world. I mean, that thing doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of range on it, but you know how to lean it out and all that. You could probably get it done. You can probably duck out some serious legs in one sitting. Oh, excuse me, I had to sneeze. Oh, I gotta blow my nose here real quick. All right. Much better. I think I figured it just about right about the fuel load. We'll fit there with more than enough fuel in the tanks to that is just I don't know why he keeps doing that. I have to admit, this is the part where I'm starting to get a little nervous if we're going to make it all the way. Not because I think we're going to run out of fuel. I think we're okay in that respect. But, um, don't worry about making it there before hopefully the sim does not crash on me. I might say some very foul words, but if the sim crashes, the stream is going to end, I think, on its own. So, as I said earlier, if it happens, I apologize in advance. There's no way of me restarting things, getting all those miles logged. Unfortunately. All right. Go ahead and drop my 2. You got it. No problem, Bex. Thank you. Yeah, tell him everything is going as well as could be expected, but I wish he was here, but I completely understand. Hopefully he feels better soon. Hello, Infidel. How are you? Nice to see you here. You're here just in time. We're on our way to the beginning of our arrival portion in 370 nautical miles. Our last major chunk of the flight. I tell you, that 1,200 nautical mile chunk. Oof. Dang. I was not expecting that. That was a doozy. But so we'll be in Tokyo here pretty soon. We're already talking to Tokyo Center, which is a good sign. Yes, 4,000 nautical miles for this flight. I was wondering, I'm like, I don't know how they're going to calculate that, but that'll put me over 10,000 slots in the for Parasox Airlines. So, yeah, it's been a long one, but it's been worth it. I've really enjoyed it. We've stopped in the most scenic flight, but yeah, it's been fun. 2 weeks from today, we'll do a flight from Dallas to Miami in the A321, I think. That's only like a 3 hour flight, maybe less than that if we get a good tailwind. But yeah, these long streams, it's hard, just trying to uh, keep people engaged, and we're not really seeing much of anything. We've been over water pretty much the entire flight, except for a little bit when we left San Francisco, and here as we come into Tokyo, eventually we'll be over land. But yeah, it's been, yeah, yeah, almost 10 hours. That's just streaming. We've been flying for about let's see, I think so yeah, probably about 9 hours and 45 of flying, maybe 9.5 hours of flying so far. But yeah, we still got this one big chunk here that we're working on. But after that, it should be all arrival and yeah. So that's what we got ahead of us right there. All that magenta stuff. Yours are so we got it's. We're kind of going to zigzag into Tokyo, but we're on 1/6 left as our runway. But all this magenta stuff is pretty much what we've got left to do. All kind of mixed together there. So once we get to our arrival portion, and we'll should hopefully be smooth sailing from there, and we'll be on the ground before we know it. It's a nice sunset landing. It should be pretty much just about dark by the time we get into Tokyo, or close to it. So, oh, it's been all right. Well, a few hiccups here and there, but nothing we can't handle. Nothing we haven't seen before. I guess in a way. Sergeant Staff is back. Oh, he must be doing his portion of the steerman flying. So, yeah, that's what we got coming up. We're almost there. We're almost there. I know I've been saying that for a while, but we are really almost there. Once we get this big portion here, last big portion. Yeah, because who is it that's been doing long flights? Oh, I can't remember the streamer or the pilot's name. Hold on a second. Let me look at the Discord. It is Ashley 78X. Ashley's been doing a lot of long flights but I don't think Ashley streams. I don't think, but yeah. So. But yeah, Ashley's been doing a ton of long flights, knocking out those miles. And we've been, of course, we've been facing a headwind pretty much the entire time. I think I had maybe a little bit of a tailwind when I was climbing out of San Francisco, but that was about it. The rest of the time we've had nothing but headwinds. So it has certainly made it a little bit slower going, but not too terribly bad. Boy, look at the trim now. It is come way down as we've lost fuel. We burned fuel, not lost it, but burned fuel on the trip. So but yeah, this will go well on for a pair of socks. How long left? Probably another, I'm gonna say maybe another hour or so, Bex. Maybe hour and a half. We still got 314 nautical miles to get to that nav point up there in front of us, Polix. So probably another hour and a half. But you know, if you can't stick around for the remainder of it, I completely understand. I know you probably got to go to bed at some point soon. But yeah, that's my guess, is about another hour and a half. Hopefully it's less than that, but that's my rough estimate. My rough guesstimation. Yeah, because I think it really underestimated for me. I think this is closer to an 11-hour flight. Even though Japan Airlines does theirs in the 787 Dreamliner, which does cruise right about where the 737 or 747 does. So yeah, I'm thinking this route's about it's easily 11-hour flight, I think. So thanks, I will. Yeah, I'll get this going tonight over on YouTube. It shouldn't take very long because I'm only doing it under the standard definition, so it doesn't take nearly as long. But still, an 11-hour stream is, or whatever, is still going to be quite a bit for it to process. Yeah, I wanted to try to get it going tonight. So yeah, but yeah, I'm just gonna do laundry and chill tomorrow. It's been epic though. I've been thinking about doing this flight for some time, and I just was like, I'll just do it to get a long flight out of the way. First weekend of the year, first official weekend of the year. So, yeah. But I'll be glad when we're finally on the ground. Nice. to wrap things up and get my hours put in over on, or my miles put in over on Pair of Socks Airlines. Pair of Socks Airlines, just because you have a pair of socks doesn't mean they have to match. Beck saw it for herself today over on Scruffy's stream. No, you continue there. I don't want to continue. Yeah, oh, I meant to tell you, Bex, I forgot that you popped back up to the chat. Yeah, they don't know me by that name. They don't know me by Rob. Only you and a handful of other people do. So, yeah, when you say that, he'd be like, Rob who? Yeah, so, well, it's all good. But thank you for going over there and saying hello to Scruffy and ask him to show you his socks. There, Fixel. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host and pilot, Uncle B. We are arriving soon into Tokyo, Haneda. We've been flying. We took off this morning. Well, real time, morning time here on the East Coast, but I advanced the time to about 1:30 in the afternoon, San Francisco time. So we've been flying all day, pretty much. We will be arriving in Tokyo pretty soon. So welcome. Thank you for the first time chat. Hello. We're going to begin. We've already done a little bit of descent in preparation. I think I'm going to take another little quick break, kind of stretch my legs, and let the autopilot do its thing. We've got 279 nautical miles to Pollux, and then we will descend but we will start more descent here pretty soon in preparation for our arrival portion of the flight, and then we'll be on the ground before we know it. Me too. I'm from Zurich to oh Lord, Zurich to Sydney. Oh, I could not do that. That's insane. But congratulations. Hopefully the rest of your flight goes well. That you land safely and without incident. 19 hours. Oh. Yeah, that's insane, but congratulations. Good for you. That is a lot. That's a lot of trust in this sim to go that long. I've been worried, especially as we get closer to Tokyo, that something's going to happen, and I hope it doesn't, but you just never know. But yeah, let me just step away real quick, and I'm going to run an ad break. Stick around, folks. Thank you for the follow there. I'll be right back. Oh, Bex. Let's not get all tender now in the chat. We have guests here. But I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Joseph's starting to worry me. Has he landed yet? No. Oh, God. What's the old God for? Come on now. Recon 982 and an A320 way out yonder. Tell Mick his tenderness is much appreciated. let's not get Joseph all worked up. You know, he'll start. Oh, Mick said. Ah. Glad to hear. That's the rumor I've heard for quite. Oh, Rob's got such a soothing voice. I don't know about that. If people think that, then who am I to say anything different? All right, I think we can. Oops. Let's see. Let's go to. Yeah, we can go to. Yeah, it just hits you in the feels, doesn't it? If it was anybody else, I'd be like, sorry, bro, I don't know you like that. Well, I'm glad he hurt a little bit. Think. There we go. All right, we'll live at 28,000 feet here for a little while. Oh, different cloud layers here tonight. Oh, look at that color, though. Oh, look at that color. Speaking of color, look at that. Oh, look at that. That is amazing right there. We got to get a picture of that. Hurry, 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 camera person. Why isn't your camera ready? Supposed to be ready at all times. Supposed to be professionals here. Yeah, who took that picture? Supposed to be professionals here. Oh, we got one for that side. Let's get one for this side. Oops. There we go. All right. Yeah, those would be some amazing pictures. Get those up on the Discord there. Anybody likes any of these pictures, you want them on your screen, your desktop or whatever, the screensaver or just a background, you're more than welcome to them. Just don't claim them as your own, please. That's just not right. Okay, let's see here. Where are we at now? 2:13 out. We'll wait a little while longer and then we'll go to 24,000 feet. Flight level 240. And then we'll keep going. We'll go 200 and 116,000. Oh, look at that orange. I tell you what, and I know this is going to sound nuts, but I saw some of the most amazing sunsets when I was in Iraq. I don't know if it's the sun and the sand together that creates it, but I saw some of those amazing sunsets there. No joke. Yeah. I think on my Flickr there is a sunset with Signal Hill in the picture, which was like this massive. It wasn't like massive, but there was just all this radio stuff on this hill near Baghdad Airport, because we were over by Liberty VBC. But yeah, this thing called Signal Hill, and they had one of those missile defense systems that they have on the Navy ships, but it's like it's a similar system, but you can put it on land basically, and they would test fire it, and you would hear it, and it would scare the bejesus out of you the first time you heard it go. But yeah, those sunsets were absolutely fantastic. Let's see if I can find. Yeah. Find it somewhere. next page there. Yeah, the sunsets in Afghanistan did not compare. The ones in Iraq were just I think there's a picture of him. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, I'm gonna link this album here if anybody wants to see what I'm talking about. There's the directly to the album itself. It's down there towards the bottom, but yeah, the sunsets were just never forget. It's amazing to see such beauty, in a place like, that. I mean, sure, it's all beautiful, but you don't expect to see it. You're just kind of like, I think you get so used to the ugliness, especially in war. But yeah, fantastic stuff. But some of that stuff is pictures I took on convoys and all that. But doesn't make any sense. So yeah, that's just a view of the stuff that I saw when I was there. But I try to just capture things that most people would never know about or never see, even on the news. All right, 171 to go. I think we can drop. Let's drop it down to 2-4. Sun just still peeking over the horizon there. Look at that. Doesn't get much better than that. It really doesn't. Look at that. Even behind us now, See some stars in the sky. Complete darkness way back there behind us. Yep, I agree, Bex. I think the sun will win the race, but that's okay. It'll be a nice evening landing there in Tokyo, so it's all good. Look at that. You got it. Yeah, it's... Sun's like, haha, I beat you. Go along right here for a bit. It's hard. I don't think we're quite over land yet, but it almost looks like there is land coming up underneath us. But I don't think that's really the case. It's like just the weird look of the water. The photogrammetry. We'll keep an eye out. Hopefully soon we will see some land, or at least some lights that indicate that we're near some land. Oh, look at that. These little sun rings. Look at that green one right there over the aircraft. It's like a light yellow, greenish. Fantastic stuff. I tell you, this is one of the most amazing parts about this sim. When the light is like this, it is just one of the most amazing simulators I think out there today. Might be flying still when Pulse wraps up his stream. Alright, 134. Get a little bit closer and we'll drop down to 200. The sun is setting on our flights. It's trying not to. We could roll back time. No, we're gonna go right with this. It's just fine. We've had some amazing sun this entire time, although we've been above the clouds for the vast majority of the flight. Didn't really see nothing, but that's okay. If we go down to, all right, let's just go to 200. We'll just live there for a little while. Everybody get their flashlights ready. Everybody get on the wings. We're going to need all the lights on. We got plenty of lights, and we'll pop on the landing lights eventually there. I think we're just going to stay right here. I don't think we're going to descend. Well, see, this is the tricky part. Oh, we'll get a little closer and see if it tells us to descend further. Everything's on. These logos. Doesn't seem like the overhead light is on. The another button for the... That's our flight deck. Almost positive, but I just gotta find it. Guess not. Well, there's one way to find out. Let's make sure we aren't missing any. It does not seem like it's very well lit here. Maybe that's just me. I'm doing okay, Planet Neutral. Yeah, we are 87 nautical miles from our arrival portion. Cruise along here at 20,000 feet. So yeah, we're doing quite well. Thank you. Just checking to see why our lights seem to not be on inside the flight deck here, but that's okay. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, we're almost done, folks. We're getting there. But yeah, we'll be on the ground here pretty soon. I probably will take another break here shortly just to stretch my legs a little bit more again and get the blood flowing. We'll use a little captain's room. Yeah, it's been amazing. An amazing sunset now. So we'll have a nice evening landing here in Tokyo. I think I'm going to step away again just to... I'll leave this out here. Track the dark behind us. Be right back, folks. All right. Oh. Yeah, this was not going to be a 9.5 hour flight. I feel bamboozled. I was like, 9.5 hours really from San Francisco to Tokyo? That's amazing. Nope. I think it's going to be closer to 11.5 hours. No ho ho, 11:07 in the Cabri. I don't know what that is. No idea what that is. More people, more names are going to pop up here on the Southeast Asia server as we get closer. Oh, there's somebody else. Yeah, look at that. We're starting to see more. But yeah, I'll be glad when this is over. But it's been fantastic, honestly, everybody. It really has. I think I planned this one a lot better. That first half of that Subway sandwich definitely kept me going. So now I can look forward to the other half here once we're on the ground and wrap this thing up. Ooh, the M346. Nice. I think that's land there. Yep, I think that is. That looks like land there. It's a good sign. Alright, let's zoom out again. 160 nautical miles is what we're looking at left. So we're going to do this kind of weird zigzag into Tokyo. Line up on approach. 80 nautical miles even. So this is what we're looking at coming up here soon. All this stuff right here. So take a right, take a left, take a right, take a left. Oh, it's almost going to be like marching in the army again. Left, right, left, right, left, right. We're going to need to start being a good place to start slowing down the aircraft here. Auto brakes are maxed out, speed brakes are armed, atomic power is the battery, turbines the speed, all that good stuff. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Anybody heard that before? Atomic power, the batteries, turbines, the speed. Yes, no, I have no idea. Somebody's in the Honda jet. Ooh, somebody's in the DC-3. Somebody's in the 787. Pale squash. I don't know. Pale squash. What kind of... Wow. That's a heck of a name. I don't want to know where that came from. So yes, thank you all once again for coming in and hanging out today. This entire morning, afternoon, evening, early morning again for some folks. It's been fantastic. We'll be back Monday in the Eucharist 52, continuing our journey across America. There we are. There's land. Yay, we made it to land. I think where everybody is right over there is our destination. Ooh, I can see some lights there along the coast. Look at that. I'm all warm and fuzzy now. I think it is still. It is currently in real time 7:24 in the morning in Tokyo. Sunday morning. As far as work, ooh, look at that. Got some city lights here. Not sure where it is exactly that we are. There is a small airport, looks like right there. I can see the runway lights. Yeah, right there. Not runway lights, but the airport lights, the guiding lights to get you to your runway. I think that is probably where our, I would venture to say our oh boy, I almost lifted it up there. Our navigation aid is probably right up around here somewhere. We're just past this airport. See the lights for there? Leather ants. Well, I'm sure everybody's looking at my name going like, what is Uncle Who what? Yeah, this is definitely closer to 11 and a half hours. Well, I apologize for underestimating, or yeah, I totally underestimated. I should have added 2 hours. Just I didn't think we were really, in all reality, going to make this run in 9.5 hours. But I was hoping. But that's okay. It's quite all right. Sushi waiting for everybody in downtown Tokyo. Ooh, what? Oh, what just happened there? I was just looking outside and all of a sudden the plane, that was insane. It was almost like there was a wind gust that about threw the plane around. What? That was insane. Wow, okay. I don't think I touched anything. I don't think I did anything wrong. Ooh, boy, that was scary there for a second. Alright, next leg is only 13 something nautical miles away. Right, so keep making this right turn there. This is going to be kind of a tricky part here, I think. Well, not too tricky. It's going to be a bit weird. Alright, I think what I'm going to do now is go to 16. Oops. Okay. All right. Wow, there's a lot of people here. See somebody flying the spruce goose. Lasagna? Lasagna's here. What? What's lasagna doing here? I see pulse ended. It must have just ended. What's lasagna doing in there with the pale squash? 8 toes. What? Boy, I'll tell you some. There's some weird names here tonight. Not that my name's probably in there. I think we're not going to get our. Let's just go to. let's just see what we got left here. Shouldn't be too much more. There we go. Now we're getting there. All right, so we've got all this here, and then this, and then this. Zoomed out to 40, so if I go a little bit more, there we go. That is what we got left. You know, it's amazing that as you pass over areas, the lights turn off, and then the other ones turn on, but you just have these major, like, artery lights. Almost looks like a baseball field there below us. Anybody else see that? That looks like a baseball diamond. I'd like to go to Japan to see a baseball game once in my life. I think that'd be amazing. Lasagna, what are you doing on the ground in the Cessna 172? All right, folks, we're almost there. I think what little airport that or Lasagna is at. You got it. We'd like to talk to Tokyo Approach. Thank you. Let's just stay talking to Tokyo Approach for the rest of the flight, shall we? Almost there. Lights off or lights on? Lights off. Lights on. Lights off. That's okay. I know it's saving memory by doing that. That's okay. Baseball field there? Almost looks like one there too. I could be wrong, but I know, like I was saying a moment ago, I know baseball is very popular. Some of the American baseball teams have are partnered with some of the teams there in Japan, I believe. That looks like our airport right over there. Kind of guessing here, but I kind of feel like that is it. Let's have another look-see here. I think we're almost there. We're definitely. Here we go, folks. All right. Oops. All right, let me get us on the ground, and I will catch back up in the chat. If you do make any comments or whatever, I will see them once we're on the ground and have the plane under control. Thank you for your patience regarding that. Prepare for landing. I love it. There we go. See, now this is one of those weird... See, now the thing is kind of going off on its own Where's its ship? Okay. Is it going there? If we're supposed to be going to San... You know what? You know what it is. Interesting. It's almost like it's making a run right for linen. That's it. However it goes, it goes. But as long as we're heading towards the airport, that's all that matters to me. Why didn't go to... it like stopped right there at 6,000. Okay. Have to force it to go. Drop altitude quickly here. All right. It's gotta be right about there. I'm guessing. Trusty salute, hopefully for the last time. Tractor beams locked in. We're heading for the Death Star. Here we go. Over. I feel like it's snoozed over, like we're descending. Could be a seems like we've got a nope. Something is not right. There we go. All right, now we're good. Boy, that scared me there for a second. Woo! Now a butter land. I hope so. It's been such a long time since I've flown in the 747. I'm hoping we have a nice landing. Let me make sure that is armed. All right. Stall it. 1,000. All right, there we go. there we are. Well, that was not... Well, there we are. That's as good as it's going to get, right there. On behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, I'd like to welcome you to Tokyo International. Local time is sometime in the morning, actually. Why don't you exit the runway when you're able? I got to get out the runway here, actually. Oh, well, don't. Bex, you're tired. I can tell. You said, well, don't. Thank you. I know what you meant. Woo! That was... I tell you what, I am shocked and amazed that we actually made it the whole way without too many other issues here. I couldn't have asked for a better landing, quite honestly. I thought for sure I was going to bin that one at the end, but... Whew, boy, it is so... feels so good to finally get this over with. 121, what did they say, decimal zero? Parking? I guess. Yeah, I know, Bex. I know what you meant. Oh, right there. Why wouldn't I go to the gates? That seems kind of weird. It's like Tokyo wasn't expecting us to ask for a gate. That's alright. We'll just go park it over here. I'm going to take a... I'm not going to go the way they tell me. I'm going to kind of swing it around there. Oh, we understand, appreciate that. It's been a long day, a long flight, but thank you for everybody who's come in and hung out the entire time, who has lurked and whatever. Thank you for the new follows, Dare Fixel and I think Gur, although I think somebody unfollowed me, but I don't know. Follow, unfollow. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here today. Much longer than anticipated, but we got it done. Not don't, but done. Yeah. I wasn't sure about that. I couldn't really judge. I think I just barely made it over the threshold there. But we're here. That's okay. We made it. Good night, Darefixel. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening or morning, whatever the case may be. Maybe this is how... Oh, we got stairs there. Look at that. Let's see, do the stairs go to the door? No, I think I have to ask for it. Wow. What? 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 Oh my God! Did anybody else see that? Okay, I think I'm definitely needing to call it a night. But you're welcome. Thank you. You can do it, Amela. You can. You just gotta. You can do it. You're capable. You are. You know how to do all this. You can do it. All right, let's shut our lights off here real quick so we're not blinding the folks out there. Yeah, never say you can't. You can. It just takes time, that's all. Alright. Turn off the seatbelts. There we go. And shut down. 10 hours and 39 minutes of flying. Good night, Bex. Woo! And we had a day flight and a night landing. That's okay. We'll just put it all under day. It's all good. I'm not going to try to break it up here. First off, let's do this on FS Hub. Manual prep. Let's see, Boeing 747-8. KSFO at 11:56 Zulu, landing at RJTT at 22:36. I don't know if that landing rate is correct, but I am not going to mess with it. Submit. Oh, I didn't do my little... That's okay. We got enough pictures, I think. Oh, you know what? We can do one other picture. We can do one more, and then we'll wrap things up. Continue. Get a shot where there's no... There we go. All right. Let's just get one more picture here, and then we'll be on our way, folks. I promise. There we go. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, once again for coming in and hanging out today throughout this entire flight. Yeah, I'm going to eat that second half of that sandwich, Amela, that I had from I got from Subway earlier. So, oops. Ooh. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna eat here in a minute. Eat the rest of that sandwich and watch something on TV, I guess, somewhere. Something, I don't know. So, oh, let me refresh the stream there. But anyway, yeah, that will do it for today, folks. Thank you all once again for coming in and hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the flying and the bit of the crazy landing there. Although I think we did pretty good. But it was very hard to judge because I thought I got right over the threshold and then put it down. But it went down a lot smoother, it seemed, than I was expecting. But that's okay. So yes. Do enjoy the rest of your Saturday night, early Sunday, for some folks already. Late Sunday, early Sunday, whichever the case may be. I have been and always shall be your host and pilot. I will see you all next time on Monday in the Eucharist 52. Until then, peace. Live long and prosper.